Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to start our coverage of round 2 of the U.S. Championships now. Yeah, all three of us are going to hang out at first, and we'll see where we take it from there. I've got the bird's eye view here, so if you spot a first move being played, looks like we're off. We're off. I like to start off with this bird's eye view so we can just sort of see what all the opening choices are, comment on those, see what openings we're excited for, and also sometimes comment on the players' opening choices, you know. So yesterday there were two opening choices I didn't like, Kostya, and that was Jobava London by Chris Yu against Hans Niemann, and then the Berlin defense by Ray Robson against Sam Shankland. Those were the two openings choices where I saw them and thought, like, I don't get it. That doesn't seem like a good choice to be. I mean, obviously these players may know how to pick openings better than me, but you know, to the extent that I can think about what's going on, those choices looked bad. Ray's choice fully justified by his play. And Chris's game sort of was more like the story of my fears.
Yeah, I saw Chris's dad posted on Facebook. He was saying Christopher, and he just really wanted to beat Hans in this line. Because they have some history. Like Hans played this line against him online a couple times. And scored well. It's Christopher just wanted to try it, so I think something.
Oh God. Like if someone thought, you know, oh, Gary's been doing so well in the Poison Pawn Najdorf. I know I'm more of, you know, a Queen's Indian player, but let's try and get Gary into the Poison Pawn.
Yeah. Oh, my sound is sorry, my sound seems to be
not on here. Oh.
Low.
Let's try and fix that. Thank you for whoever's telling us that. Okay. How's that?
Let's see. So you said you haven't started yet. I assume it's because it takes like 2 minutes to wand everyone.
It's Hans's game. Maybe they're giving him some extra probing.
I know. I mean, it's like almost 30 players that have to get wanded, and you have to wand everyone equally. You can't spend extra time on Hans and then just let Dominguez, walk through.
And then wave Dominguez through like, yeah, buddy, we know you're good. We're good. You're good.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone gets checked. But yeah, it looks like Petrov and Aronian Dominguez. Oh, I was watching your multi-board. Let's see here.
Sorry, I'm just sorting a few things out here.
Yeah. Grunfeld from Shankland. Oh, they're already in an endgame. Okay. And then E4, E5. On the game between Wesley So and Christopher Yu. That seems like a very interesting game because Wesley has white. He's gonna want to play for the win here, but Christopher Yu playing E4, E5, very solid. Let's see what Wesley can come up with.
Yeah. Wesley seemingly thinking about his second move, but Chris apparently having thought 3 minutes on his first move, so interesting there.
I'm gonna keep this noise stream open in case you can see something on the video.
On the video, like why Hans can't get to his board. Oh. Okay. Can everybody hear Kostya now? Like, have I fixed that element?
Sounds like it's
of the
so
stream.
low. But yesterday was working fine, right? Yesterday.
Yeah. All right. Test it now, Kostya. Tell us a joke.
Hey, what is the difference between a better? Okay, great, because I didn't have a joke.
I've got one for you, Kostya. Why did the chicken cross the Mobius strip?
Mobius strip?
Mobius strip. You can Google it if you want.
I don't know why.
To get to the same side.
I have to Google it.
All right.
Very funny.
Here's
Ah,
Hans
that's
playing
funny.
e4.
Yeah. E4. Uh-huh. Was that the top engine suggestion?
I think so.
Oh, the Chess 24 engine is giving me one knight f3 as 0.44 for white. So. All right, e6 from Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, we didn't talk about him too much today, but I feel like he still has potential to make it to a really high level, like top 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For sure. I agree. Zhang has a lot of potential. I haven't seen anything particularly special this year. I have seen him playing more online chess. He got better at rapid chess, Kostya. His FIDE rating hasn't gone up, but his results vis-a-vis other top online players have gone up this year in 10-minute chess.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, like we were saying, that might be an important format coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I'm impressed that Dariush has more time on the clock than Sam Shankland. That speaks very highly of his preparation.
Yeah, Darius, he's well-prepared guy for sure.
Yeah. You know, Sam would come to the board prepped.
He's a Grunfeld player himself, so he must know a lot of lights.
Mm-hmm. Robson playing d4, much more of an e4 player traditionally. But we're in the era of most people play most things.
Yeah, that is interesting to see from Ray. Right, he's almost exclusively e4 player, but now he's just going for a typical Queen's Gambit setup. Christopher playing the Petrov. That's a bit disheartening, but I can understand it.
It's a sign of promise, Kostya. It's a great sign of promise.
Yeah, fortunately.
Do we know of any opening that has an American name to it? I mean, there's the Marshall Gambit, which named after an American player. Are there any openings named after places? Manhattan? I'm stumped at first, Kostya.
Yeah, openings named after American place. There. Hold on, let me look something up.
You've got a thought of one that there might be?
Yeah, I remember hearing something, but I don't know if it's correct. Let me see.
Ooh, Seth is saying Cambridge Springs.
But Cambridge Springs, I thought is that England?
Let's look it up. Cambridge Springs. A borough in Pennsylvania, among other things.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Cambridge Springs. Oh, we got one. All right, it doesn't matter that it was named after England. All right. This one's named after Pennsylvania. Oh, I did look it up, and apparently e4 e5 queen h5. I don't know how you know this one, but it has been called the Kentucky opening.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I call it a queen attack or wayward queen attack.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's also called the Parham attack.
Parham?
Named after Bernard Parham of Indianapolis, one of the few master level players to advocate this line. I'm on Wikipedia.
He's not from Kentucky, nor is he the most famous Parham chess player.
Okay, but Parham is his last name, which is what we normally
right?
use.
Sure.
What about the Wilkes Barre? Isn't that that's a place in Pennsylvania, and that's like a variation of the Wilkes Barre.
Wilkes Barre, huh?
Wow.
I didn't know. All these Pennsylvania places and their two names. But yeah, apparently it's a variation of the Traxler. Oh, it is the Traxler. The Traxler is also known as the Wilkes Barre.
No, the Wilkes Barre is not the Traxler. The Traxler is when you do the fancy like knight d4 b5 stuff, and this thing is when you go bishop c5 and let him take on f7.
Yeah, I think Traxler is also bishop c5.
No, that's Wilkes Barre. Traxler is when you go that whole knight d4 b5 stuff.
That's something else.
No.
That's like the Fritz or the Fred or something like that.
Oh my god, dude.
The Fritz. The Fritz variation, maybe.
I mean, I've known bishop c5 as Traxler my whole life. That's also what it is on Wikipedia.
You know, a hilarious thing about openings is chess.com has started like coming up with its own, I don't know, they got some guy in a back room who's making up names. So I go through you go through chess.com, you're looking at some game that's starting to tell you like, oh, this is the Moldavian variation. You're like, what? You know, who came up with that, boss? You know? But it's powerful because then when they name something, they baptize some line like that. The guy in the back department is all of a sudden naming babies all over the world, you know? What's this guy do?
Yeah. Oh, Fort Knox. That's a good one.
The Fort Knox. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, if you play b5 before knight d4, then Odd Gunner is right. It's called the Ulvestad. If you play b5 in the position where the pawn on d5 is still attacking your knight on c6.
Well, this is a position Jeffrey is playing that I've played many times, black. In fact, I would say of all the positions I've had in my chess career, this might be the most common. Yeah, if you were to database me, this is the one most common. Here I've played everything. I've played a6, cd, bishop e7. And then, yeah, there's all kinds of different variations flowing from there, too. Queen b6 I've played here, too.
Mm-hmm. Queen b6 is then that complicated knight a4, queen a5 thing.
Yeah, and even there's a lot of things that black can, a lot of different ways black can branch out from there, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've always felt that the most principled variation was here for white was knight d4, bishop c5, queen d2, castle, castle, a6, queen f2. That was Kramnik's move circa 2004, which I think is still the main move.
Okay, sorry, let me put that in. A6?
So knight d4.
Oh, okay, knight
no,
d4.
no, CD first. No.
Yeah.
Actually, it'll transpose. You can
Sure.
take it away. You can play. So bishop c5.
Queen d2.
Mm-hmm. Castle, castle. a6. Now, after a6, before Kramnik came along, white was playing h4. That was what Kasparov and Bulgar played way back in the day. But then Kramnik came up with this stunning queen f2 move.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to my mind, this is the most principled. Well, black and white can do different things, but this is the most principled variation.
Right, really fighting for the d4 and c5 squares.
Well, it's a very it's a very surprising move that queen f2 is so strong. And one of the surprises in it is that in some variations, the queen pops out to h4 after bishop d3.
Mm-hmm.
But here black can play, obviously, bishop d4. He can exchange everything on d4.
Right.
He can, and then one of the key ideas for white is bishop d4, b5, and then bishop e3, claiming that my dark square bishop will dominate your knight on d7.
Mm-hmm.
That's, it's surprising that white can take so much time out of his, because it's attack on opposite wings, right? So it's surprising that this is so powerful. But yeah, you're working against them d7.
And just surprising that you wouldn't be, playing developing moves.
Right. And bishop b3, I actually I've had a lot of games where like 2100 level players play bishop d3. It's generally just a bad move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they got to get bishop e3 out of there first, because they play bishop d3 because they're like, oh, I want to attack the king and stuff. But the whole idea of the opening is this dark square bind that black's got going on.
Yeah. So here's Niemann's choice. He traded once on d4 and then played queen b6. Have you played this before?
This precise move order I haven't played. But wait a second. When you say this is Niemann, I thought Niemann is.
Oh, sorry. This is Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Now
This is unusual.
What will probably happen though is queen d2, queen b2, rook b1, queen a3. I played this in blitz, right?
Mm-hmm.
So white has a couple different moves, but I think this is the main thing. And then bishop b5. It's a little surprising about bishop b5, but knight b5 doesn't do it because of queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
But then this position, I think the computer says it's one of those. It's a very complicated position, dude. It's incredibly complicated. But the computer, if I remember right, was thinking it's about equal. But it's tricky. It's one of those things that the computer can change its mind on,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some games with that. Now that you mention it, I don't remember them, but they had that bishop b5 move. Braden's saying that knight a4 could also be played here.
There was a big game in the U.S. Championships. I remember years ago. Kamsky played that bishop b5 against the Kobian. I don't know if it was this exact line, but I get these queen b6. Is this the queen b6 line that's like that Grischuk has been playing like a bunch of times? You guys know that line? Is this the same line as that, or?
I mean, this has been played by a lot of players. This is very tricky. When you play queen b6, you're saying, I've done a lot of computer prep. That's what you're saying when you play queen b6. And I feel for white, honestly, because part of the problem that white players have is there's so many different ways that black can take the game when you play this setup with knight f3 and bishop e3.
Yeah.
I think, actually, by the way, let me just give a plug. One of the reasons that my easy system against the French is so much superior on a practical level than this garbage is because when you play e5 on move 3, black just has so many fewer ways to wiggle than he has here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people have said, Kraai, you were a traitor to the French race and all this stuff. I'm sorry, okay? Just the system I put out there on the YouTubes, okay?
Well, you can't say that as if you have nothing to do with it. Right? I mean, it is you.
Yeah, like, you have don't you have like a French repertoire for a training program?
Yeah, I do have that too. We got some guy in chat. Could you please put the bar? I think he means the evaluation bar. No, boss. You go to your own little cave to do that. You do your own little thing. We're not doing that here, boss. By the way, are we going to do like an analysis board, or what are we doing? Are we going to do? I assume that's it.
We're just working on this one board that we were given for the moment.
Okay. We were given this board.
No, I mean, just working with what we're given is a phrase. But I mean, I decided to create this scene with 3 big heads, so I don't have room. I've placed your head, Jesse, where normally I would put an analysis board if I had like the live position and an analysis board.
Right.
Yeah, I think we can just stick to the one. We can just the one. I mean, there's so many games and positions.
Anyways, at some point, let's get an analysis board and we can make moves on it and stuff.
I can make moves on this board.
Wow, this is unfair. This is unfair.
What do you mean? I'll follow whatever you say.
No, boss. Okay, look, just in the future when we do this, we'll get an analysis board, and then you would invite us to the analysis board, and then we could all make moves on the board. That's what I'm saying.
No, but it's really hard because David is using the events platform, which just has like all the games and everything, and then.
No, it's not that hard. You get 2 windows. You open a separate one with the chess.com analysis board. Then you can upload any PGN you want, and then we could, do it from there. But,
Yeah. It's just slow. That's all. But it's fine. We could do that.
The main ideas of both players right now. So we've got a request to sum up the main ideas of both players in this position. That's a good one.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
White is trying to maintain his center and not allow black's pieces to get out. Let's just say the obvious. The bishop on c8 is a little pained. White, when he plays e5, White is going for space and not the center. So just think about it like e6 and d5 are both controlling the d5 and e4 squares in an absolute sense. So the French player can say, I own the center, but e5 is obviously for space, for the king side. So White is trying to play against the bishop, but also claiming that later, after consolidation, we'll have play against the black king side. And especially with this queen b6 move, you are trying to throw a monkey wrench into White's grand plans before they get off the ground. And it's definitely not a good sign for Hans that he's thinking here. I'm sure he's seen that variation with queen d2 and bishop b5 and all that stuff. But it would be I think everybody dislikes it when they know the opponent has studied the line with the computer like right before the game and then you haven't. It just feels kind of icky.
Oh yeah. Terrible.
So maybe Hans is also trying to find a way out of the business. Like you could think about knight a4.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about knight a4 because Braden had suggested it. And queen a5, normally you play c3 in that position. Of course, you could play knight c3 if you have no ambitions at all. But c3, knight d4, White has to take with bishop or queen here, I was thinking. But maybe b4. It's going to drop a couple pawns, right? But I was thinking if White takes, then b5, and this hasn't worked out.
Yeah, it takes some b5. That looks. Well, Yeah.
So I was thinking that a4 might be borderline unplayable here in this particular position.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That knight a4 is more a move if black doesn't take on d4.
Right.
Without cd4, there's knight a4.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, David, if we had an analysis board, I could show you. But if you went back, I could show you how the other line goes.
Which other line do you want to show me?
So go back 2 moves.
Okay.
b4 guys in that line, black goes queen takes a4, so you lose the knight, by the way.
Yeah.
For the chat.
So no CD.
You want to play queen b6 here, this line?
So right. Queen b6, knight a4, queen a5, c3, pawn takes b4, and now let's just pause for a second. Pause for a second, please. No, we're not getting a pause. So here black has a variety of moves, And the one that David just played is very interesting. I played that against both Friedel and Kavutskiy circa like 2005. A very interesting compensation. The engine goes back and forth on that position. It's done so for about 15 years. The engine changes its mind on knight takes b4. It's a very interesting sack. One of the many things that White has to know about this position when they decide to play it. But queen c7 by all means is a move too. And there's different ways to play the position. In addition to taking on d4, there's other moves there too. They're very interesting. I think c4 is also a move. For sure is also a move. By the way, actually, David, go back one step.
Yeah.
There's Duda played c4 instead of cd.
Mm-hmm.
And then on b4 also took on b4, knight takes b4. Also very interesting.
Oh, so 2 pawns instead of 3, but a nice structure.
And in both variations, the question, of course, is that knight on a4. It has to reroute itself, and it's not so easy.
Right. Yeah. I hadn't seen this line. That's interesting.
Anyways, a3 was played. I've seen this move too. The point is that if queen b2, knight a4 traps L queen.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
it's
of course,
very natural.
but we could, he can make a claim that Black can make a claim that this is obviously not a developing move. One thing I want to say about the a3 move in a lot of these positions is it can often be surprisingly helpful to White just to control that dark square. Because at first it might not seem like, okay, obviously a3, there's a trick involved. You can't take b2 because of knight a4. But also just later, that dark square control can often be useful. And there's a lot of, let's call them newfangled French positions like the last 15 years, where that a3 move has been played in ways that are very surprising. Like in the a6 line too. By a6, I mean instead of cd, you play a6, for example. In that position, there's a lot of times where White plays a3 and you're just like, what? A3?
Right. So this position here, it used to be played also with queen f2, like what you were saying with Kramnik, right? Like fighting over c5 and d4.
And just as an example, in addition to DC in that position, a3 is
There's now a3 as a move. I've seen that too, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, what? What are you talking about? Anyways, so I'm just trying to say the a3 is surprisingly useful in some odd situations.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the old traditional view on something like this would be that White's play is on the king side, Black's is on the queen side, so any pawn moves on the queen side from White would be sort of something to stay away from, right? You're making it easier for the opponent to develop their counterplay. But there are a lot of little tactics associated with b4 and knight a4, both of which are helped by this a3 pawn. And those tactics can really cripple Black's smooth development of the counterplay they want.
Now with this a3, I guess I could look in the database and everything, but my first question is going to be knight d4, d4, bishop c5. Does Black have zero problems in that position? I know this.
Knight a4?
And then queen a5.
Uh-huh.
And then, we got some questions about what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm
b4,
not sure.
probably?
Yeah, I was
Queen
looking at this
A4?
in my head. I was looking at this. So like queen a4, bc, and then Black. I don't know. It's obviously Black's move. He's got to figure it out.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah. My first impression is that the bishop on c8 is getting more and more isolated as an issue here. But
there's a lot of moves here for Black, and obviously this would be a thing to turn on your computer. But like b6 is the move, I don't know, there's questions.
Right. b6, knight b8, c6, castles, and then decide what you're doing.
And Jeffrey's thinking on it, which suggests that a3 is not the main move.
Right. We can actually check that right here in the events tab, Jesse. There's a new button here off on the right where we can click openings, and we can see that there have been 81 games with this move a3, 40% White, 40% draw, 20% Black. I mean, compared to the overall database, that's a slightly good score for white. 80 games total, and black's most common response and response with the best result has been bishop c5 right here.
A6 also has good results. A6 makes sense.
Without the trade. A6, there's only 8 games here with A6.
By the way, the guy in the back room christened this one the Boleslavsky variation. I never heard that one either.
Yeah, Boleslavsky. Steinitz Boleslavsky variation.
Do you know that guy? Who the guy is, Bruce?
No, I don't know who the namer in charge of namings is. So bishop c5 in this position without the trade, knight a4, queen a5. Just getting a quick look at what might happen here. Now I'm thinking c3 in this move order. And what's going on with like trading in this b5 move?
Oh yeah, I've looked at this.
I guess white's got good enough control over c5 here that b5 is never coming up as an issue.
Yeah, but instead of b5,
0 games with this.
Instead of b5, b6 is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Typical French stuff, and then white has to answer some questions.
b6 and then b4.
Well, your knight's hanging, boss. Oh, you take on d4 first. Take on d4 first.
Yeah. Okay, that's what's been played before here is knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and then from this position b6. Yeah. You have figured out the main line, Jesse.
Okay, bishop c5 played.
And that knight on a4 is sort of a little bit weirdly placed at the end of that whole line, huh?
Yeah, I think if I remember right, I looked at that ages ago. The computer kind of liked it. Now, bishop c5, knight cb5 was played quickly.
Okay.
Quickly.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a danger to black.
Well, we already know from that little opening tab, which I believe is courtesy of Dripman, but we already know from that tab that this is not the main theoretical, GM move.
Yeah. I just want to say, you guys talking about Zhang. I could hear you, I guess, when I was making lunch or something. But, Zhang's really interesting and inspiring story because the guy, he's listed as 2690 now, but the guy was like, he made 2700 briefly, and it was definitely like a life goal for the kid. He's no longer a kid, but, he was really pushing for it, really worked hard. And that was inspiration. I did a lot of stints in St. Louis before the pandemic and interviewed a bunch of time, covered his games, and yeah, it's just a cool story, man. Just a cool story that he made it. More, a lot of times people talking about hard work versus nature or whatever, yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Jeffrey is a great example of just somebody who really worked for it.
Yeah.
I also thought he was
you were
incredibly
very
talented when he smashed me tactically at age 13.
Well, I remember we had some kind of show with Shanklin years ago, and he said a cool thing where we did like some kind of thing. Do you think somebody's going to make 2700? And Shanklin said, your default answer should always be no.
Right.
You're not going to make 2700 just because it's so hard to make it.
Yeah. He said even if somebody's, 2685, 2687, it's still less than 50%. Like, you really have to have some special reason to believe in that 2687.
Ray Ropes has been so close. I mean, he's close now.
Yeah. But it's like, you and Kostya said he could make it, and you even used the word easy. But I think part of the point is if you're 2680, it's easier to lose 10 points than to gain 10 points, right? So there's always gravity. There's always 1,000 people coming to tear you down.
That's
Yeah,
right.
no, I just meant like it wouldn't be shocking.
It would be
if,
no surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's pulling on the 2700s. He's the gravity
Uh
in a lot
huh.
of these cases.
Yeah. So knight b5. So what's at stake here? White is sort of quasi-threatening to land this knight on d6 at some point? Or is white just trying to play b4, force general trades, and bring this knight from c3 to d4?
Yeah, I guess the question is, what is white doing on a6?
Mm-hmm.
A6 and knight takes d4. What are you going to do?
Well, I think
Yeah, so
knight
if
d4
knight
is relatively
d4
easy. You take with your bishop. Now you're
Right.
truly threatening knight d6. And if black takes, you bring your queen out, and you're just playing for that classic endgame against the c8 bishop.
But I don't think you have anything there because let's just say knight d4. I think ideally you'd like to take with a knight. We can talk about why that's probably not possible. But knight d4, bishop d4, bishop takes. Let's say you take queen takes, knight takes. Then black plays knight c5. And his knight has a home on e4, so it's very unlikely that you have anything as white there. And black plays bishop d7 next, king e7. No
But
problem.
I just feel like the black king on e8 doesn't have as much space here.
He's going to go to e7. Well, we talked about that one position, right?
That's the one thing I ever learned from you in Endgame Sensei.
This is a similar endgame.
Oh, you've learned a lot more than that, buddy.
d3. I mean, white looks better here. I don't know. Looks better. King d2, king e3.
That king's got extra scope, right? I mean, I
Things
think
first,
Jesse gave
we
us a
have to
position
talk
very.
about the king.
He gave us a position very similar to this, right, Kostya? And we talked about like the light squared bishop was worse or something, and he said, "No, you idiots didn't even notice the king."
It's true that the king is important. But this one, okay, why do I not feel endangered? Because right, if we compare and contrast this one to the other one, black has a number of small advantages in comparison. Like we traded off, yeah, our pieces are just much more fluid. Okay, I'm gonna actually. This is actually since you're not letting us do an analysis board, I just have to go do
Okay.
a different one on my own, and I'm gonna set it up. And I'm just to keep that position on the board here for a second.
I remember that in the one that you gave us, there were some specific, really immediate variations, concrete, that were important around like whether black could play h5 in time, whether white could play g4 h3 or g4 f5, and it was actually like the first couple moves of that position were really sharp.
Well, it could be right. It was yeah.
That's
Now, by the
another
way,
thing
what
I
David
remember
is
from it.
CD beginning on move 7 that black can do. Didn't go down this way, but I'm gonna put it on my own board because David won't let me do it on our real board. So we're just gonna take a moment for a second here. So A3 here. Oh wait. Huh. Okay, so one of the main differences in the beginning position is that the knight doesn't get to c5 as quickly. But you know what is very interesting? I want to just say, it is possible to directly transpose. So I think you guys are right to talk a little smack on me.
Okay. We were just trying to show that we learned something, Sensei.
No, but it's really interesting. It's possible to actually transpose directly from that main, what I call the endgame variation, to this one. Amazing. Yeah. David, why don't we show it? Back up.
Okay.
Back up. Move where you play CD.
Okay.
And we will reach this position.
Yeah.
But we'll reach it without A3. That's the thing. So here we go. CD.
Tell me more.
Knight takes. Bishop c5, or yeah, bishop c5. Queen d2, snip, snap.
Right, that's the a3 tempo is queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2, and then we snip, queen takes, queen b6. Now, let me just pause for a second here. Back in the day, like Kasparov and the rest took on b6, but hold on.
Yeah.
Go back.
But we can
Then
play knight b5, right?
But the computer wants knight b5. Okay, so knight b5, queen takes, knight c5, bishop d3, bishop d7, and we have the same position except there's a pawn on a3.
Exactly.
That's
and in this position, you told us that black was worse because the king didn't have as much space.
And you know what's interesting about my mistake here is that my framing of it, my framing of it was like I didn't approve of the way of the move order that white played, so I thought, okay, now he deserves to be a little like to be, the black deserves to be equal, and so that was in the back of my mind. And then as we were saying it, I was like, oh, I better go check it. I checked it. I was like, oh no, it's the same position except with a3 thrown in, and not only that, but a3 is advantageous to white for sure because you're touching that dark square. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like it's the exact position with the pawn on a2 or a3. So,
and honestly, let me just tell you guys a funny story. I remember looking that with KGB, and KGB was like talking about different plans white could play, and one of the first moves he said for white was a3.
Uh-oh.
Just like, spend the tempo with a3, boss. Screw it. I can take my time.
Wow.
Let's play a3.
Well, then we really have to give white an edge in this position here.
Yeah.
But I understand knight cb5 is a funny taste for you, right? And so you see a funny taste, and then you wanna say it's no bueno. But I think maybe this a6 move we asked about is going to be a more challenging move for Jeffrey, because I think the straightforward just snipping and snopping here is just a clean advantage for white. I mean, I don't want to play this endgame as black.
Fair enough. So let's go back a move. If Jeffrey decides to take on d4, bishop d4, you don't have to take on d4 right away.
Yeah.
You can castle and then ask white what he wants to do then.
Yeah, castles. Yeah, but shouldn't we just calculate a6 as a baseline, like to see like if anything violent happens?
When do you want to play a6?
I mean, I don't know if I want to, but I want to calculate a6 right here after knight cb5 in the live position.
Say I don't believe in it. Where with knight, oh gosh, this is a hairy position.
Yeah.
With knight d6, by the way, you don't have to take it. You can play king e7 and claim that the knight is just misplaced.
Yeah.
It looks misplaced.
You guys, Hans might do an interview today, and after the and in his interview he'll say, I don't know why, but by some miracle this morning I was watching an episode of Endgame Sensei, and there was just this, there was this French position, and I just remembered the black king is not sufficiently active, and I don't know why I was looking at it, but I did, and I went for it.
All right. So I like to. I don't know if a6 is necessary, but that takes and then castles. I think I like that for black. I mean, honestly, the endgame position too, where black is worse. I think that is a very playable endgame.
Sorry, that's right. Even farther, actually. I remember that on move set, that 17 moves later, Kostya put the knight on b5, and it was all over. Okay, so maybe not a6, maybe just castles?
Or knight takes. I think, okay, so the reason I like knight takes first is that on bishop takes, we have a nice tension there because white doesn't want to take on c5. And then if we just castle, like, it's unclear what White's pieces are doing. And if he plays b4, which I guess he would have to, then he's not castling long anytime soon, and we'll keep the queens on.
So if b4, you'll trade once and then retreat your queen?
That's my intuition anyway.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think that's very pleasant for black. We're going to play knight b6, bishop b7. And then knight
a5
on d6,
coming.
The knight, yeah, it may be a5, and the knight on d6 it's never as cool as you think it's going to be.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, but Jesse, you forgot the a7 pawn is hanging here.
Uh-oh. Don't take it, Pruess. Don't take it, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. Refrain.
Okay.
I mean, maybe the computer would want to take it. I don't know. Yeah. Also, maybe you could take on d4 and play knight b6 or something. I don't know. But anyways, I like for black. I like just going back because then White's king has questions.
Sure. Yeah.
But b4 is definitely mildly controversial in the endgame because I can have ready play with queen takes and knight b6, bishop b7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what else would White do here against castles, Kostya? Other than this b4 move.
No, b4 is very logical. I mean, you could play bishop d3, then black takes once on d4, and then maybe takes on b2 there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now castling doesn't work.
Right.
By the way, David, there was you had a good question, I got obsessed with this position. I didn't answer it. So knight cb5 is currently Jeffrey's move. You guys also mentioned a6, and I think White has to then go all in with b4 immediately if a6.
Wow. That's controversial then.
And the claim is like, now if you take on d4, then a6 was not the happiest of tempi.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And if you take on b5, then I'm happy to sacrifice the pawn for the dark squares.
Yeah, and b5, I mean, you may even get your pawn back quickly.
Right.
I guess, well, not with the bishop hanging, huh? Let's see.
Yeah, I guess I could take b5.
Here's
It's
the move.
complicated.
Here's
It's
the move for
complicated.
White. King f2. Defending the
also, in this particular position, you can play knight f5, maybe? I don't know.
Knight f5, queen c3 didn't feel that thrilling.
Bishop d2 check.
But yeah, maybe.
Bishop d2, excuse me, it's not check. Check to the queen.
Yeah. Check to the
Anyway.
miserable queen.
Check to the miserable queen.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, if you take out that G pawn, that's the last dark square defender black has. That's it.
That's
The last guy.
Yeah, actually, interesting question whether both players are double checking their prep. I don't think so, actually. I think based on the time usage, this French line was a surprise for Hans because Jeffrey's not a huge French player.
Yeah.
Then Hans plays this move a3, which I think is actually logical even if you don't know anything about it because it stops queen takes b2. At least keeps the game going.
Yeah.
But it's possible he's seen this knight cb5 before. I think that's not too crazy because it looks like a very playable idea.
But we have
I think they're on their own. I think they're on their own.
They're on their own.
Yeah.
The only time it's happened was with a strong competition was in a blitz game that I can find. This knight cb5 thing. So.
But that means that it's either approved by the engine as like an alternative that's playable, or it's not for some specific concrete reason that Jeffrey probably doesn't know. Because Jeffrey is this is not like his main line, and he's not like hugely super well prepared compared to other players of his rating.
No, to me, it's just as a French player, you just got to be happy you got this thing. Now you got yourself an interesting game, and White has his own problems. White has his own problems here.
But it's very sharp. I mean, usually you don't usually see players out of prep before they've with both kings still in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you look at the other games, like pretty much everyone is castled and they're starting to take their first things. With the exception of I would say actually Robson Caruana, they have a very interesting opening where they've both been already going for long things.
Right.
And
But even they got castled, so they don't break your rule.
They got castled already. Yeah.
I'll tell people, French players out there, if you want to just put your opponent into a dark world, those Queen B6 variations, they're convoluted, man. And so, like, even if you really study them as white, you're never going to feel like you've reached the bottom of it. It is a pit, my friend. It is a pit. And we're in the pit now. I think Black's doing fine.
I got to say, it looks to me like Jesse's instincts are spot on for how Black should play this Kostya, with a single trade on d4 and then castles. It's taking me, 10 minutes of chatting around to gradually come to this conclusion that Jesse suggested in 3 seconds. But I think that's the way to play.
That's the experience. But what did we conclude on a6 though? Because if White can't go knight d6,
well, he's playing b4.
I think White plays
A6,
b4. And I think a b5, bc5 was just bad for Black on the dark squares. I think Jesse could get away with knight f5, g7, like the pawn picker that he is. Just kidding. So that means that the line goes bishop d4, knight d4.
But then you didn't want to play a6.
And then you wish you didn't play a6. And also, I mean, White's just getting control of c5 and d4, right? The knight on d7 is not looking great. You got to spend a move retreating against knight f5 shenanigans. I mean, it just looks like Black's worse.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you guys are saying knight d4, bishop d4, and then castles.
And one reason I'm coming more and more, last couple of weeks I've been really doing this great thing, analyzing my own games. And this would be an example where knight d4, bishop d4, castles. I don't know what the computer would say, but as Black, I just know that I'm feeling pretty good about it from a practical point of view, because White then has real questions about where to put the pieces, where to put his king, and Black has pretty simple plans of someday I'm going to fix my knight. You can't stop me from fixing my knight, and I might pop you with f6. So you got to worry about all this stuff. I think it's unpleasant for White.
Yeah, I think being uncastled, we have to take f6 very seriously here as White. And knight b5 is a slightly extravagant move, right? If Black doesn't also pay a tempo on a6 or something unusual immediately, then knight b5 is a little bit fancy. So we got to be careful about f6. And then if you're playing b4 as well to force the issue, now you spend a3 and b4 and knight cb5. That's very, very fancy. And at some point you have to pay the tempi.
You got to pay the temp. You're coming up with some good phrases. I just realized you could use the phrase uncastled as like a state of existential being. I like that. I've been living the uncastled lifestyle. You could use it in a sentence like that.
Yeah. No, I mean these moves, they're almost worthy of a Queen C2 Nimzo, right? As far as like we're trying to build all these positional advantages, but living uncastled.
Yeah.
Knight d6 is no good, Molokai, because the danger is this f6 move. So
a lot of times what happens with White players playing knight d6 is then they're like, oh no, I've got nothing left except to take Black's stupid bishop on c8.
Yeah.
And then Black, he doesn't even respond for a while. He just does a little dance. You do a little dance. You got to celebrate a little bit when he takes on c8. And then you continue playing the game. But you definitely have to take a pause for just a little bit of joy. I want to take on c8.
Yeah, I mean, if White spends all these moves outposting the knight, then you play f6 and they lose control of e5 and they just have to trade off on c8, developing your rook to c8. Oh, man. I have done a little dance in my head a few times in my life when that happened. For sure.
But Jeffrey is tanking here, so I'm sure he's calculating. Besides, I guess you could also consider castles directly.
Yeah, and we haven't looked at that yet. You know,
Okay, somebody made a move. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, he did take on d4.
Yeah. Jeffrey, just right here, buddy. Just take it, buddy. Come on. What are you doing? You spent 20. How long did you spend?
he spent
22
like
minutes.
yeah.
Ooh, 22, too much.
Yeah, castles immediately, I guess, b4 as well,
Yeah.
right, to force the bishop.
Right.
So yeah, it makes sense to take one so that you can always trade bishops if you need.
I just want to say, as the older I get, you know, the older Saruman got, the more pawn hungry he got.
Yeah.
The older I get, I'm like, ooh, that 20 minutes is going to hurt, son. You will need that 20 minutes later, boss.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just something you willy-nilly give away.
Also, I think you've gotten less and less pawn hungry.
No, I haven't been pawn hungry for a long time, you know.
Yeah.
That actually was interesting. I feel like that development really became clear to me when I, just thought about my chess values, and it was like going over Smyslov's games. Like, that dude never took the pawn. He never took the pawn, and he wasn't like an aggro player, but he just was just like, no, I'm interested in my piece activity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested in anything else. There we go, castle. So he did think about it, and so we
Nice.
have it on the board. And like I said, I think this is, I don't know what else White's going to do besides b4, but b4 is not a move I really want to play as White, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
I'm assuming we're going to see b4, bishop takes, queen takes, and then Jeffrey has the aggro option of queen d8 or the playable endgame with knight b6. Queen takes and knight b6. There might be some other moves too.
Yeah. There might even be the move queen c6 there, claiming that you're tempoing the c pawn or something.
Okay, example. Yeah, example. Though I think bishop d3 is probably a reason.
It's definitely on White's agenda to play bishop d3 eventually.
And maybe even your nasty knight a7 move there.
Yeah.
Now, what if White just takes on c5 here? You guys think knight takes c5, right?
Well, right, you don't want to develop the knight.
But maybe
what-
then,
Yeah.
maybe queen d4 could be played then?
But
Yeah,
then,
we have to contest this diagonal or our king is stuck.
But bishop d7,
Bishop d7.
I'm getting all my dudes out.
Let's say knight d6.
No.
Kostya's gone in.
Well, now at
Gone
least there's
in.
no bishop for me to take, so this knight will just die on d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Black's got several good moves, but f6 is the first one to come to mind.
f6, right? No, I'm just trying to understand if this is playable for White.
It might be, because you could maybe bail the queens out with b4 and survive, but I don't see any really positive developments for White here.
Yeah. And if Black wanted to be a lame-o, in addition to f6, he could play bishop c6 and then knight e4 next. But in general, let's just say the reason taking on c5 does not look right is because you're giving that great tempo for the Black knight to come in, which then helps the bishop on c8, which then helps the rook on a8.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the eval here is that we think Black is doing fine.
By the way, I wouldn't
Yeah.
be surprised if the computer said equal. I'm just saying I like Black's position. And in particular, I think it's a hard moment for White.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I believe in anything, it would be b4, queen d4, and then bishop d3.
Yeah.
Then you just scramble to get the pieces out, and maybe your positional advantage will have evaporated by the time you're done mobilizing, or maybe you'll have something left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, b4 seems very principled.
Yeah. Well, it's perfect. We got a Steinitz French with Jesse here.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting about the Steinitz is like, from an objective point of view, it might be White's like best way to play against the French, but from a practical point of view, there's just so many things that Black can do, you know, that are challenging to White. And the Queen B6 is a great example because that Queen B6 labyrinth goes deep. You know,
personally for me, I wouldn't like to face the widower. Like that's just a whole separate thing that you have to deal with if you play knight c3. It's very I've always felt like knight d2 is kind of a more practical choice, but there's also a million lines after knight d2.
And knight d2 gives Black a lot of variations as well. So I think it's hard.
Yeah.
I've always found it hard to say.
And objectively, like knight d2, 3, c5, I think like Black sends fine there. It's hard to say that White is even pushing for anything.
Right, and on ed5, Black can even take with the e pawn and take the IQP and
yeah,
I don't know.
I would say that one's like a matter of
develop all their pieces.
Taste.
Yeah,
right. But I don't know.
Yeah, Kostya is also a French expert.
I used to play the French.
The French is also my second most played defense.
Yeah,
E4,
we all played it for some time.
We've all been there. But I assume Jesse has just logged more games in this Steinitz variation than both of us put together, probably, because he's just played it really consistently.
Yeah, it's been at least more than 2 decades plus. Sombrero asked how I got into it. So I grew up. First opening was the Karo Khan, and then I got taunted by a high-rated player who said if I didn't push it another square, I wouldn't be a man. You know, so that's how the Sicilian happened for a good while.
That toxic masculinity shaping your opening repertoire.
Toxic masculinity definitely was part of that story, dude. And then I played in Europe and Bundesliga. And
wait, that's the same thing that Smirin said to Fiona, right? He said, "Oh, you didn't play the Sicilian ever. That's why you didn't get anywhere in your career. Never played like a man."
And you know, you play the Sicilian against some strong players. That was Bundesliga back in the day. You know, you're gonna get popped. You're gonna get hurt in a lot of interesting and cruel ways, and that's what happened. And also, it was just starting to become really theoretical. But one way it happened was I tried to play back in the day the Scheveningen, so c5 and e6. And Scheveningen you can't do anymore because of the Karish attack. But we didn't know that then. And so when you play e6, there's a lot of especially like closed Sicilian lines where you essentially get a French, right? Like if you play the Grand Prix, it's perfect. You just play e6, d5. So there's a lot of positions that were already French-like that I had some familiarity with. And then, honestly, it's just so simple. Like, I feel like I learned it in a weekend or something. Whereas the Sicilian, I feel like I got a better grasp on French in a weekend than I ever had with the Sicilian. It's just so much simpler. And the Sicilian, man, what a mess. What a mess. What a hot mess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, there's a strong relationship between the French and the Sicilian because in the French you play e6, d5, and then you try to play c5. In the Sicilian you play, e6, c5, and then you try to play d5. So your sort of like dream structure is always that extra e-pawn with White having the 3-on-2 on the queen side. And that's a frequent visitor eventually in both openings.
And also, a lot of times you get a kind of attack on opposite wings, which we might even eventually get here. Probably not here, but oftentimes you get, especially in the Steinitz, you get these great attack on both wings games.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't know. Yeah, I moved away from the French. I just didn't like putting the pawn on e6 on move 1. It's just so committal. And then White gets d4, and you didn't get a chance to trade the D pawn for your C pawn.
That
Just
chance
couldn't do
always
it.
comes. That chance always comes.
Well, no, but then white plays C3, and it's just like.
Though interestingly, Kostya, the French, you play the King's Indian. I didn't realize this until I was a much older man, but the French is the mirror image of the King's Indian structure. So
Very
Yeah.
similar openings, yeah.
yeah, I mean there's some important differences, but yeah, there's,
Yeah,
some
like which
important-
side of the board you're playing on.
Well, right, exactly. So white in the French, we're faster. We get C5 a lot faster than King's Indian gets F5, but we are playing against the queen side where usually the white queen king is not, though sometimes, as here, he can be.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the difference between the French and the King's Indian. The King's Indian, it's always like, okay, you're losing the battle on the queen side and you're behind, but at least if you win the battle on the king side, then you mate the opponent. Whereas in the
Yeah.
French, you're behind and you're the one on the queen side while white is going after your king. So
So
You're
even when
behind.
you get there too late, it also isn't enough
yeah.
to be the one who wins.
But in the
Exactly.
French, we're much faster. We don't have to do some weird knight F6, E8, F5 stuff.
Yeah.
Much faster.
Yeah, I switched from the French to E4, E5 because similar to Jesse, someone told me that I needed to push the pawn 2 squares and take some space.
Get yourself some space, bro.
Exactly. And I was very happy after that change. I think that was a great shift.
I've been shamed for never playing E5. There's people out there who be like, oh, you'll never have a complete chess education until you play E4, E5, some crap like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, I think I'm gonna give my intuition props here. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but I knew that this position right here would be unpleasant for Neiman and for White, and he is tanking here.
Yeah. Yeah, 1e4 is definitely a reasonable first move, and black has to make some tough decisions after it. But, you know, black can just play e5 and things are okay. Coast is happy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's some truth to that that statement that you have to play E4, E5 to be a complete player. I don't think it's way off base.
Well, I'm not complete, Kostya. I'm not complete, buddy.
Yeah, maybe.
But better an incomplete GM than a complete IM, right?
Ooh.
Ouch.
Kostya might make it someday. He's not listening to me about the openings, Kostya, but you know, he at some point he might just like, kind of like the way a heroin addict has to hit all the way rock bottom before they come to their senses. That's where Kostya needs to go before he's ready to listen, because he hasn't heard me on a number of things, and I might not be the one to have to tell it to him, but there are a couple things that once Kostya hits that rock bottom, he's going to hear it. Maybe it's not from me. He's going to hear it. Might be hear from somebody else. But then progress will begin to be made, you know, after the crack is given up.
But what opening do you think I should play?
I think you need to stop with the openings, boss. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I have to play something.
Your openings are fine.
He wants you to do a protest, Kostya. You go to the board like Magnus, and you just don't play any opening moves.
No, your E4, E5 thing is fine, dog.
Yeah.
It's fine.
What do you mean my E4? I haven't played E4, E5 in like 4 or 5 years.
I know you started prancing around with the night opening and all this other stuff.
No, I was playing Sicilian for many years.
Yeah. So no one
Couple
knows.
years.
No one knows, because you have to put a ring on the finger, Kostya, and then we're gonna stop talking about openings.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, which you're saying I should play E4, E5?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one you do, boss.
It matters to me.
It does not matter.
It matters to me who I marry.
I'm sorry. It matters. That's like saying, like, you know, the food you eat doesn't matter. It's just put calories in your stomach. But the food itself doesn't matter. That's what you're saying right now.
I mean, ultimately, you have to make a decision that feels, you know, intuitively right to you. But it's not then for me to tell you which one. As long as you make a decision, you have to make a decision, and then you'll start, instead of studying like all the opening theory, you'll start like playing games and analyzing the structures, and you'll get a sense for the position, and then, you know, you'll make progress once that happens.
I mean,
the opening itself doesn't matter.
Right. So you're saying I should just pick something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I picked the King's Indian, and people give me tons of grief about playing
No,
that.
I think that's fine, dog. King's Indian.
Okay, thank you.
Totally fine.
That's good to hear. I'm with you though. Yeah, I just haven't found like a super favorite weapon against e4. That's why I've been switching around a bit, because I don't have that weapon that I really like.
Yeah.
But with white, I don't know. I just see it a little bit differently than you guys. I think it's important to switch it up as white, because it's just like too many different openings out there. And if you're just playing the same d4 c4 every game, like people are just gonna be very well prepared. So I don't know. I think it's really hard to just stay super consistent as white, and then not switch it up.
I agree. You should switch it up, but I would say switch it up between good variations. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to play something subpar like Chris Yu did yesterday against Hans Niemann just to say that just to like keep your opponent guessing. He would have been better off playing like, an A+ opening, right? Sort of like what Boris Avrukh said, right? Tired of bad positions? How about playing the main lines? So
yeah. Which I mean, that's what I mean. I've never played Jobava London or Trumpowski or London System or
Trump Wall.
Yeah, I don't really do like I prepare one sideline for one game and then I just play that. I don't think that's a great approach. No, mainly I play d4 c4 and I mix it up there. Like I'll choose different lines against King's Indian or Grunfeld or Slav.
Yeah.
Then I'll occasionally throw in like one knight f3, but I think it'd be better off, or I'd be better off if I could also play e4 just as often.
Yeah.
As these other two moves.
I agree. I think if I remember correctly, I was slightly concerned that this E3 poison where you play like a Queen's Gambit without D4, I was concerned that line was scoring worse for you than all your other white games where you weren't playing that.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought the E3 poison was only poison to you. If I recall, I may have had some other complaint, but I think that was one of the things where I was like, that line's not working for Kostya.
Yeah. No, I mean, the truth is, I think I scored just as with white. I scored pretty well.
With white, you scored pretty well in general, yeah. But I think that
with that line,
no,
I mean, I score better than normal with the line.
You score better than normal with that line?
Much better, but that's mainly because I'm generally playing it against lower rated players. That's why the score is better. The performance is
by
about
score
the same.
I mean performance rating always. Yeah,
the performance is about the same. It's like I'm like 2480, 2450, 2500 with white essentially. But yeah, no, that's more of like a competitive choice, because I think the average 2200 player is really well prepped against e4. Slightly less prepped against d4, but pretty close. And then they've looked at one knight f3, one c4 a couple times in their life. It's like the typical like 2200 player as I see them. So to me, I feel like it's, and when I was 2200, I'd have GMs playing c4. I remember there was a shift where it was like, at first, like title players could play anything and they would crush me. And then I remember like people deliberately started playing one knight f3, one c4. And that's when I knew, like, like, okay, now I have to work on these lines much more.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you could play the English pretty easily if you need another line to play against 2200s whose books you fear. But,
Eastwood, let me give you some toxic masculinity, buddy. No, we're not putting up the eval bar. I was out there making myself a tea, Eastwood, and I was thinking to myself, Kostya, one thing he doesn't have in his life is he didn't grow up in an era that had enough toxic masculinity, especially there in California. Then I was thinking to myself, he has me. He has me.
All he needs.
All the Kostya, he's got me to have a little toxic masculinity in his life. Everyone needs it. Everyone needs it. It's like salt in the soup. You gotta have a little salt in there,
That's very funny. Yeah, we're all anti the the eval bar here. I'm not against totally using engines during commentary, especially if you're the official commentator and it's like you're the only one that doesn't know the engine eval. Like
Well,
that's a
like for
problem.
example, let's say we turned on the engine. The engine would automatically frame how we think about this position.
Yeah.
And then I wouldn't be able to put myself in Hans's shoes, because if it said B4, for example, I'd be like, well, Hans, just play B4. But B4, there's all kinds of things to think about like your king and the like loosey-goosiness of your position. And personally, I think Hans should have already played B4. He's taking too long on it. But what I'm trying to say is you would miss the psychological feeling, which I think I've correctly described, that white is a little bit unhappy here. And you see it in the time usage, right? Because B4, you know, you're like, oh, what about my king, boss? Where is my king gonna go? You know, no one knows. No one knows. It's gonna be floating.
Yeah. No, it's just so much. I don't know. I think you get so much closer to the truth when you're watching a game with your own eyes compared to the engine. You just kind of get a feeling for exactly, because if the move was obvious, if it was like a human move and super obvious, then yeah, normally they just make the move. But yeah, the fact that Hans is thinking means that there's quite a bit to consider in this position. By the way, David, remember an hour ago when you were like, wow, Daro is ahead of Sam on the clock in the opening?
Yeah. Yeah. And then several moves later, Sam was like still over an hour and 30.
I think it was like 2 moves later.
Yeah.
And Daro, but okay, yeah, Daro, he's like Dominguez. Once he's out of book, he just starts tanking for just forever.
Now, one thing I want to say about this B4 move is somebody in chat said Bishop E2. Now, Bishop E2 would normally be your like default move for white.
Yeah.
The thing I don't understand about Bishop E2 though is if I then play A6, you got to take on C5, and then I get the knight C5 tempo for free, and everything kind of looks great, especially because my knight will go to E4. You know, so
and you might get B2. I know you don't want me to take, but I mean, white certainly needs to worry about that here.
And in this position, if I take on B2, it's not just a pawn; it's your whole structure is loosey. So that's one of the things I don't understand why he's taking so long. Like, I understand being nervous about the subsequent position of B4, but like, if Bishop E2 is impossible,
right?
Well, what else are we thinking about, man? You know?
Well, okay.
That's true. What moves are there other than B4, Kostya?
Rook B1.
Rook B1, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about it. Like, if you don't want to weaken yourself and you need to defend the B pawn, then Rook B1. I mean, I didn't like it. I didn't even suggest it. You know, that's how much I liked it. But that is a move I considered here.
Here's an interesting question from Winston. What are your thoughts on the E6, B6 opening for black? That's something I actually did for a while. So it went D4, E6, C4, B6.
Mm-hmm.
So
I remember your funky phase, Jesse. Yeah,
my funky phase. That was a real shame I had to give it up because it was like ways to get I got several positions that were very original games. And I feel like actually if the computer wasn't around, if there had been no computer, that line would have been playable. And maybe it is still playable, but basically there's one critical variation that I've spent more time than I care to admit trying to analyze it for a way for black, but like, no, it basically, if you want to play it if you don't want to just have a bad position, you have to go for this line, which I think it just loses by force. And it was one of those lines that in the beginning the engine was like not understanding it, and then the engine was like, no, it's like minus 3,000 for you, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so because Winston acts, I'll just throw it out there. So D4, E6, C4, B6, E4, Bishop B7, Bishop D3, F5, and then white just takes on F5 and says good night. And you know, you win the rook on H1, but you get mated. Sorry. That's the story of that variation.
Yeah, there are wrinkles there. You know, they started playing without F5, like Bishop B4 check, or F5 E takes F5, Bishop B4 check, like this. So the line is like It's not great. It is playable. I lost the game to an Icelandic GM who played this line, and I'd even prepared it because it was part of his repertoire. But the positions are very, very tricky. It's like a Banco Gambit where you just a pawn up, it's +1, but the opponent has a lot of counterplay, and it's not always easy to deal with.
So what are you playing instead of f5, Kostya? Check?
Bishop b4 check. Yeah.
And
then for anyone that wants to know, the critical move is king f1, defending the g2 pawn.
And just as like a chess education thing on that, like the reason bishop d3 is so much stronger than knight c3 is black is not able to exchange any of his minor pieces. Problem is he's got no space. And when you have no space, and then the minor pieces, what they do is they just run into each other. So if we could trade off a couple pieces, then we're in business, man. Then we're doing fine. But like king f1, and you're like, oh no, that bishop, I got to bring him back even to e7 someday because I'm going to get trapped with c5, you know? So it's like, oh, this is not what I wanted for lunch, sir. Give me something else.
Yeah, that's the eternal struggle on the black side of d4, right? Is like having one or two pieces that if you could just trade them, everything would work out.
So yeah, no, a lot of people actually play the e6 b6 also against just like e4, like e4 e6 d4 b6,
and that's just miserable. That's just completely terrible.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm not a fan of that because I know it's quite popular. I think it's more of just like a blitz opening. Like I think it's fully playable in blitz chess when white doesn't have a lot of time to use their space advantage. But yeah, I would not recommend this one. I mean, I think it's just it's like an opening you play until you learn like something else, basically. Just, not a fun line for
it's
it.
A reasonable
it's just
opening.
A worse French. It's a worse French.
It's a reasonable opening if you're playing material odds against a lower rated player.
I mean, no. Again, and if you want to just refute it, you just play bishop b3, and you're clearly better. So don't worry about it. Easy for white to learn.
Yeah. All right, so we've got a suggestion from Kostya that another legal move here for white, other than b4, would be rook b1.
He better not play rook b1 after all this. If he plays rook b1, then that might be proof that he's cheating. Rook b1, such a sad move. Such a sad move that only a computer would play.
I don't know. To me, b4 looks like the computer move. And rook b1 looks like the I don't want to take space and be ambitious move.
Well, okay, so one obvious problem with rook b1 is my default, in addition to maybe f6 working, is a6 forces bishop c5, and then my knight gets to go to c5 with tempo, and it's great.
Right. So even if we don't drop the b pawn, this is still something black wants.
Yeah.
Knight d6 and now f6.
Yeah, we've got a lot of things. And I'm assuming bishop d7 is also playable, but f6 just looks good, right? Just looks good.
Why mess around? Like the rook b1 move, it gets rid of the escape option of castling queenside, right? So now we just want to open the f file and then we're set.
Yeah, with rook on b1, I think the knight has to go back to d4 to try to cover this diagonal.
Right. And still what black wants to do is open the f file before you castle, right?
And I want to say something really obvious. The one thing we did not discuss in our ChessDojo talks there was we didn't discuss, maybe we didn't go into anyways, that chess.com isn't covering this event. So like, for example, right now, usually when we would go for other events for chess.com, we would be able to see like a video feed of the event, which I assume I can get if I go to like the St. Louis janky site. But here we are at chess.com and I can't see the feed. And yeah, it'd be nice to have the feed to watch Neiman playing or whatever. Because honestly, like the whole cheating thing, like when your opponent does something slightly unusual, that's when your mind starts going, oh, this is weird. Like for me, it's a little weird that he's tanking so long on the decision.
It does feel like b4, queen d4 is the only thing I would play, and I would have probably played it in 2 minutes. I mean, at the... Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So right, yeah, if you want the feed, you got to go to St. Louis. But I don't know how it works exactly with chess.com, like whether they just purchase the rights to the feed for these other events, like World Rapid or World Championship.
St. Louis never made people pay. It was only for like the World Championship they had to pay, right? Okay, Bishop C5 just played.
Bishop C5 played. So yeah, that was another move that we were considering a bit.
And my intuitive reason for rejecting was just knight C5. And in a lot of these variations, like if the knight gets to E4, black is at least equal.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what Hans has in mind. And I guess, right, if you're going to tank forever, you're going to think about this thing.
Maybe he's going to play queen d4 there. So if knight e4, you can trade on b6.
So the idea could be like, well, I'm going to force the queen trade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suggested this, and you guys said a6, and then I said knight d6, and then you guys laughed at me.
All right, let's check. a6. Oh, no. We didn't play a6, Kostya. You're right that we laughed, but we did something
D7,
better.
right?
We played bishop d7
D7
developing, and then f6, and then we were chuckling. It's true.
But we could also play f6 instead of bishop d7. It's true.
Yeah. It's true. We did chuckle.
No, I just by the chuckling, just I don't want to claim that black's better. It's just he has a very comfortable game. Maybe he is better, but it just from black's perspective, I just feel like he's got a very comfortable situation. I'd also be happy that I had an extra 16 minutes on the clock if I was black. Great, because we're gonna get to the calculation phase pretty quick here, and yeah, the game's just beginning, my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's a big question for you, David. Did they get more time at move 40, or is it just the game?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We confirmed that yesterday when Kostya tagged in for and did the second time control on round 1.
To me, knight c5 is automatic here, but what he's calculating, I guess, is queen d4. I don't know what else white would do besides queen d4.
I guess there's just like a thing when your opponent spends 20 minutes on a move, you don't need to answer in 5 seconds. You can think a minute or two and just appreciate why they're doing it.
Yeah, someone also was asking earlier, like, why Hans was, he spent a little bit of time, like, recapturing bishop d4, which was, like, forced there. I mean, number one, sometimes the players are just away from the board if their opponent is thinking and they're, like, eating a snack or in the bathroom. But, yeah, also, it's kind of like, it's almost an etiquette thing when your opponent spends a lot of time. You don't just want to, like, immediately respond. Because you want to feel like, okay, they might have some idea, they probably have something, so let me take a minute or two to get back into the game.
One intuition I just want to throw out there behind taking on c5 is if you were unhappy in that variation where the queens that we looked at, where the queens are left on the board, and you felt like your king is going to get mated, you could play this and then queen d4 with the thought that you are going to get an endgame. Now, I'm not entirely convinced that black has to go to the endgame, but that could be white's motivation, right? So like knight c5, queen d4, and then if black wants to avoid the endgame, he has to play something like queen c6 or something, which is a little weird, but probably playable.
Yeah, it doesn't look unplayable to me.
Yeah. And the problem, again, is just when my big fat knight lands on e4, he's a real bummer. Because if you take it, like with your bishop someday, you kind of you extend the scope of my bad bishop. Then my bad bishop really dreams of going to c6 and maybe to d5 and stuff like that, and then pushing e3, of course. So
you can't let that pawn move. You can't allow e3 as white.
Those are just. I'm just saying standard plans for black.
Yeah. I think he might be seriously considering queen c5 here as well, because then if white goes queen d4, you can take the pawn on c2.
Yeah.
And, like bishop d3, you just come back to c5. And obviously white has compensation for a pawn, but...
Let me just
But
say,
queen
it's just,
c5, can't white just go knight d4 and then just get like this?
yeah, maybe. It's also just so satisfying to move your knight from d7 to c5. It is so satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, to me, knight takes c5 looks like an automatic for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the queen c5 move, is directly stopping castling. It's maybe stopping queen d4. And if you play f6, you've got a lot of punch on the e5 pawn. Your suggestion knight d4 does seem to prevent f6 because of knight e6. But I guess even there, I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm sure, yeah. Yeah, knight d4, that looks pretty good. I'm not happy about that. Okay. So, play the satisfying move, Jeffrey. Move that knight out from d7.
Oh, I just realized something. I'm watching this thing, and then we're in the corner of the chess.com thing, buddy.
Yeah, that's us.
We're
up
the
there.
official.
We're up there, man.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
We're the official broadcast. Mm-hmm.
Here I am with my feet up on the hair, taking it all casual. Meanwhile, we're the official block broadcast. How about that, boss?
Yeah,
That's
pretty
good.
cool.
That's how chess.com did the coverage of the World Championship match, right? Was like dudes on sofas with their feet up.
That's right, yeah. And I got to give Danny props because I've been talking a lot of smack about him in the last couple days, Chess.com this, chess.com that. And he still has us up on the feed, man. That guy's a prince. He lets Neiman go.
Yeah.
No punishment for Neiman. Then no punishment for Kraai after he's talking smack about chess.com. Dude, that takes some, that's respect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, actually, we're getting lots of people following. I assume a lot of people are finding us from the chess.com page, which is awesome, guys. Welcome. Appreciate all the follows.
By the way, I just want to say, Danny, if you're listening, I was very impressed with the language that you use in the emails to these guys. And a lot of people are talking about your tone and stuff. I just thought it was well-written emails. Like when I write it, especially an email, I'm not thinking too deliberately about it. And Danny, that guy's writing emails all the time. Like I figured that guy's writing hundreds of emails a day. And all those emails were like well thought out, well crafted. And I was like, damn, this is the real thing. All right, knight c5 finally played.
Yeah, I think they're very careful and sensitive with cheating stuff, especially around titled players.
But I'm just saying it takes some skill to write that way. You don't just automatically write that way.
Yeah.
So I was impressed by that.
Well, yeah, years of experience, and yeah, I mean at this point dealing with lots and lots of cheating title players. So I'm sure the first few emails were like really tough.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely it very much reminded me of like I was watching these YouTube videos, especially during the pandemic, of like interrogations on YouTube where they show like actual like interrogations of suspected criminals, or like they're 99% sure the guy did it, but they still need like a confession.
Yeah.
And those cops, they'll just say whatever. They'll be like really nice, and they'll really try to like empathize with the person. They're like, I bet you're angry about this. I bet, I bet you didn't mean to do this. I bet you just wanted to hurt them a little bit, but you didn't mean to like kill them or anything like, just like really like, and the same thing was in the chess.com when it was like, those emails are like, a lot of title players, they cheat because they think everyone else is doing it. Maybe this was the case for you. There's some psychological term for it, but it's called like lessening the blow, or just like admitting to like a lesser crime first. It's like, oh, you were just cheating because you thought everyone else was using the engine. Like,
right.
Yeah.
And one thing actually that came out with the cheating scandal was, and I posted it in our Discord, was these guys, their professional interrogators have a show, and they talk about all these cases. They also talk about the poker cases. They did like deep dive on Hans's like body demeanor and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much I want to believe in that kind of science or think of it as a science, but these were people with experience, and several of them were that interrogator guy, and they were even talking about how they would be nice to him, and they were doing this and that, just talk to him a little bit, and they were divergent in their opinions,
Mm-hmm.
Several of them were convinced that the way they phrased it was that he was hiding something. So whether he was cheating in that game or not, they were kind of agnostic, but that he was hiding something in that interview that he did.
Well, we now know that to be
accurate.
true.
Yeah.
So,
That's right. Yeah.
So they won that coin flip at least.
So here we go. Queen b4 is kind of expected from the decision to play bishop c5 anyway. I believe black is totally fine. And now if I was black, this would be the moment I wish I would have some time on my clock to calculate, because f6 is plausible, bishop d7 is plausible, a6 is plausible.
Right. We have to imagine that white may bail out with b4 next move.
Right, and by the way, queen c6 is also plausible. If we just wanted to say no way are you ever getting a queen trade white.
Right.
We could play queen c6.
Yeah. You stake your position as a middle game fiend. I used to play like that, Jesse. I would go through absolute convulsions to avoid queen trades,
Yeah. And a big part of it is actually now the question about bishop d7. Now, could white play b4 after bishop d7? Because otherwise you're playing knight d6. So hear me out a second. I'm not certain about this, but if we imagine bishop d7, b4, bishop b5, queen c5. So a bunch of exchanges are going to happen. There's going to be a loose pawn on c5. Could white say, black's fine, first of all. But white could claim is that, hey, I'm going to have enough counterplay against No, I think black's just fine. Black's just beautiful.
Isn't black up a pawn, more or less?
Well, the hope that white could think of there is that maybe he has compensation by the fact that his king is better once we go to an endgame.
Mm-hmm.
To my mind, we're too fast because white does not have time to play rook b1, king d2, and rook.
Right,
rook.
like we don't even have to play rook a b8 here, right? We can take, trap that king on the second rank. That's just sadness.
Actually, even there, I would say white's got enough counterplay with rook f2. Yeah, even there, it's a pro. It's
no. Enough counterplay.
It's not the dream. First of all, let's just say this is not what white wants. Okay, okay, this is not the dream that white wants.
White's down a pawn and worse.
Check this out. Black can go on the attack here, right? Rook check, king up, rook a to c8. Forget that a pawn in the passive rook. Just bring the dogs out. No.
Guys, by the way, just for the folks in the chat that are new to this channel, please don't give us engine evals. We can turn on the engine ourselves if we wanted to, but we're specifically not doing that so we can keep our human brains working and give you guys our human evaluation. So you guys, we can't stop you. Watch with the engine if you like, but if you could refrain from putting those evals in the chat, we'd very much appreciate that.
So the point then is on bishop d7, knight d6 has got to be L main line.
Yeah.
And white's intention has to be, let's grab dark squares with stuff like d4, trade queens. And if white trades queens, then he can make a strong claim that his king is significantly better than the black king.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas until we trade queens, then the black king is better than the white king. Right? So, yeah. The question then becomes, like, with bishop d7, is do we want to invite the knight to d6? Now, by the way, let me make a plug. I made a video a couple days ago, it just came out on our YouTube channel like 2 hours ago, about the two different kinds of thinking. And this is related to System 1, System 2 by Kahneman. And what I did, I normally don't plug my videos really hard, but today I'm going to, because I was really happy with the idea that I've talked about before, which is there's two kinds of decisions, like an intuitive decision and a calculation decision. And especially if you're a chess player, you don't want to spend forever on your intuitive decisions. You want to spend time, like in a position like this, where it really is turning into a calculation game.
Mm-hmm.
And that is very much System 2, right? It's very much, it's like a difficult math problem. You need complete focus. You can't rely on your intuition. Anyways, that's out today, and I think this would be the time for black to calculate. And so, for example, bishop d7, the question then becomes, is the knight on d6 a fool or not? And can we get out of the queen trade?
Right.
Right. So, yeah, big question here for black.
Yeah, really big question here. I mean, we've got a suggestion from chat that I hadn't considered at all, which is f5 right here in order to force knight e4 at the cost of, letting white do b4 and maybe give you these double isolated pawns.
I'll say I like white in that position.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the knight on e4 looks cool, but the dark square control is really a bummer for black.
Yeah.
And at some point we can take the knight, but we're in no hurry to take the knight.
Yeah. You could argue the a3 pawn is a problem, but without rook fc8 to c3, black doesn't quite have a full-on juice. I mean, maybe black can double on the a file, Jesse, like rook a7, rook f to a8. And if you could get your rooks into white's position before the one on h1 comes out, then you could claim things are going your way.
How about this, Mr. Pruess? What if I just play queen c6?
Sure.
What if I just play
We'll go
queen
back
c6?
and we'll be simple. You want to play bishop d7, knight d6?
Let
Queen
me just play
c6?
queen c6 right away.
Just straight up do what you want to do. Okay.
Because I don't know what that knight's doing anyway on b5.
Mm-hmm.
And my bishop can go to d7 later too. I just want to know, what is white going to do after queen c6?
Queen c6, maybe, let's say bishop d3.
Okay, if you play bishop d3, now if I take on d3, you got to take back with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So queen c6, bishop d3. I'm not sure I like bishop d3, but then if I play bishop d7, then you got to go knight b6 again.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe knight c3 there is possible. And then knight e2 eventually.
Okay. So I just, for my own sad self, I think queen c6, bishop d3, worst case scenario, I take on d3, queen d3. I feel good about that position. Am I better or anything? I don't know, but I feel good about that one.
Really? You feel good? And we still have that bad bishop. We have to do something.
There's no such thing as bad bishops, only bad players. So then bishop d7.
Oh, breaking news.
Right.
What? Man, really, even this, like, classic, like, knight goes to d4 and...
Yeah, queen b6.
Yeah. Just always thought white is better here.
A little bit. I got the jump. Oh, I don't think you want to castle long, my friend.
I had to defend the b pawn.
No, but I can't take it right away anyway. If you
Oh, I've
castle-
got rook fb1.
I assume so. Yeah.
All right, I'm out.
Yeah, I would go kingside, yeah. King h1, then the king is safe, and white gets f5.
And then I have two choices here with f6 or rook c8. No, it's just a standard position. Black's okay.
Okay.
Because I'm threatening rook c4. I got the jump.
He's got whatever the jump is, Kostya.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, put the rook on c8.
I mean,
I don't know.
I won't take your word for it. I respect your opinion, but yeah, to me, the white looks great.
Well, put the rook on c8, Dave. Put the rook on c8, and you can prove me wrong. Just find a good move here. I don't know what you want to do.
Sure.
Maybe rook f8. I don't know. Sure.
Let's see. Okay, I'll go b3. I don't care.
Oh, I was gonna say I think you need your king to get off of g1 here.
But if king h1, then black can take on b2. Yeah. So.
And then you play rook fb1, queen c3. I see. Okay, here's what you could do, Kostya. If you play king h1, queen b2, you can go rook ab1, queen c3, rook b7.
Yeah, but I don't even need to take that thing. I just play rook c4 if I don't like queen b2.
Yeah.
And that was my dream anyway. I think Kostya's right. If he wants to try for something, he's got to play some weird thing like b3 now.
Okay.
It's definitely a concession, though.
Good job, Kostya.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a concession, but
looks like bishop b5 is an easy move for black after b3, unfortunately.
Ooh, nice bishop b5.
Strong
nice
chess suggesting it, and once you see that move, you can't unsee it.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, black had to jump in that position.
That was the jump. All right, let me try once. You can beat us both, Jesse. King h1.
By the way, strong chess won that one. I didn't win that.
Yeah, strong chess.
Okay, so two options here: queen b2 or rook c4.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. I'll tell you what, because I said earlier I don't take pawns. Let's play rook c4.
Okay. Rook c4.
I believe black's totally fine, by the way, on queen b2. But let's just see rook c4.
Okay.
The other thing that the French has in common with the Sicilian is a lot of times we just play on the c file and forget about it.
Sure.
Rook fc8.
Yeah, rook fd1, rook fc8. I see the jump now, Kostya. I've learned what the jump is today.
We got the jump.
It's these rooks. It hits these rooks.
Okay, well, c3.
Okay, wait. We can do this.
Once you play c3, you can play queen b2, right?
Guys, f6 was played.
Yeah.
F6 has been played.
So now our assumption was, or my assumption was, that b4 was on white's thought, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
What do they call it? The thought board or something? That was on his thought board.
Yeah, I think it's just on. I mean, it's just his next move.
No, I think f6. By the way, we mentioned f6, and like I said, that was the chance for black to calculate because he had queen c6, bishop d7, f6, and the only reason to maybe not do f6 is if you said to yourself, "I'm not totally happy with the endgame after b4,"
Mm-hmm.
but there's no reason to think that that endgame's bad for black.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So, David, let's play a couple of moves. Let's just look at b4 for a second. So, b4,
Sure.
knight e4. Oh, you went back to d7? Maybe d7.
I thought you were going to d7, but sure, we'll do this.
By the way, on knight d7, you'd have to worry about queen b6, ab, knight c7, takes e6.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's a thing, but you'd have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, now in this position, my sense is black is fine. Why wouldn't I be okay?
EF6 perhaps. G3, and now we need to make another pawn break for black, right?
And here black, oh, good move. At the very least, G5 should be on our mind, yeah.
Yeah.
And we can, on all these variations, we can play bishop D7 whenever we want.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty comfortable for black. With the big mobilization.
So now I think, David, that if I was black, like when playing F6, like I would say to myself, I'm not exactly sure what white's going to do, but the only thing I'm kind of concerned about is the endgame because I'm worried like that his king could be better than mine.
Right.
So I would look at that variation and like maybe he could do all. Well, who knows what White's gonna do, right? But if he does like Bishop E2 or whatever, we're just gonna say, well, I'm gonna open my rook and feel good about it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, plus 0.543726.
What does that mean? But if you think that bad, I remind some dude of a guy named Huey from DuckTales. So how about that? I don't even know about Huey. Yeah. Kostya, you're a millennial. Do you know about Huey from DuckTales?
No, I do not. No, I do not.
I'm just, I've just been here so long. I'm just used to being the butt of all the jokes. It's okay. I can take it.
I mean, I know what DuckTales are.
You know DuckTales?
Yeah.
I really think White needs to be thinking B4 because Black really has the jump, dog. We got the jump, man. Get the queens off ASAP. ASAP.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, logically speaking, if Black's opening up the center here, you sort of want to trade queens for White. We have a castle's queenside suggestion as well here from chat, so maybe we can investigate that for a sec.
Okay.
I'm guessing we would take on E5 as Black because that's the business we're in.
And that's the business we're in. That's right. Yeah.
On Queen E5, Knight E4, it's hard to stop Knight F2.
Yeah. That's
as well as Queen E3.
And let me just say, my friends, if I was White, you got to be worried about that big fat dude landing on E4. And part of the bummer about playing B4 is you're inviting him there.
Yeah.
You're just, please come on in.
So Black could play Knight E4 here going after F2, but frankly, I mean, Black could do anything. They don't need to trade queens now with opposite side kings.
Yeah, I mean, Bishop D7 is a hell of a good move right there.
Right, so we go Bishop D7. I've got a move for you too, Jesse.
Okay.
I want to activate the rooks. So I'm going to play Rook F2 to play Rook AF8 because I don't have C8.
Nice. Show him the trick, Pruess. Show him your trick.
All right. I'll show him. Boom! Just a little trick. Just a little trick. So after Rook F2, Black's figured out the business for the A8 Rook, and that should give us confidence that things will come together.
Then. Definitely got the jump then, yeah.
Yeah. That's right. I'm using the jump now, Jesse. I thought about Rook F4, but we're going to go Rook F2, Rook AF8, then Rook F4 with the second Rook, finally, Knight A4, and lots of jumping.
I got that from a bad hockey movie, by the way, a long time ago.
A bad what movie? Hockey?
Hockey movie. Yeah, it was like this about some kid, and he was really fast on the skate. And the skates, it would say, and maybe it is a hockey word they use all the time, but anyways, they would say, yeah, the kid's got the jump. Kid's got the jump. And so many times I got a little bit of a development advantage. I talk about having the jump.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. Yeah, well, that played out pretty reasonably for Black after Castle's queenside, so personally I would not love that position.
So I think he's got to play B4 and hope for equality. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. We're allowed to put in a bad variation, right, Kostya? Can I just do something weird for a second?
Yeah, we can try whatever we want.
I just want to take on E5 and sack a piece in the endgame. That's all I wanted.
Wait, so B4 FE, Queen C5, Rook F4. It's 2 pawns. The bishop is still stuck. Yeah, probably not great.
Looks pretty bad, right?
Yeah, I would think White's winning this.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. I thought the same thing in my head, but something kept making me want to put it on the board. We've got a move in the game. Bishop E2 from Hans. That's a little bit surprising to me. But Land's
E2.
Ward app says it's a great move.
It's a great move.
So what's the intention after f takes e5?
So after fe5, well, take back.
Okay. Bishop d7, I guess, developing a piece.
Oh, top engine move. David, a 2700 GM played the top engine move.
Maybe they're just saying that, you know.
Excuse me,
it could,
sorry,
it
the
could
top
just be
engine
like a
move
Hans
according
meme.
to, like, yeah, it's like top engine move according to Lee Chess depth 20, depth 18 engine.
Sure. Good vibrations. He's picking up excitations. All right, so bishop d7, what? Knight d6? Otherwise, knight e4. Compared to the early castle's queenside line, I don't have the rook f2 kind of trick here. I don't have rook f4. I don't have a great move for the a8 rook. I need one more good move here.
I mean, takes bishop d7 looks a good start. Oh, you're already there. Sorry, I'm just on the game. So
Yeah.
knight d6.
Let's say the obvious. Bishop e2 is balls of steel, man. That really is balls. You could get wasted here.
Is bishop e2 played to castle short? I mean, I guess partly played just to develop this bishop. And yeah, partly to castle short if black doesn't take on e5. But it's very likely black would take on e5.
Yeah, I think black is taking on e5. So it's like castling kingside. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think it's going to be allowed. But then the intention might be to just go like rook f1 and try to get over there by hand.
Just dig out by hand. Get a piece off the board while you're at it. By the way, we've got our first result. Lenderman versus Sevian. Draw.
Hey, yeah, GG.
So Lenderman is kicking off the tournament burning whites like really fast. Burning up whites.
Do you guys, can you tell me how Lenderman got his invite? Yeah, how did he do that?
Through the U.S. Open.
Oh,
I thought that was Elshon.
But I think Elshan's was deferred. It was deferred from like the last year or something. So right, it's 2 U.S. Open qualifiers. Yeah, that was the last time I played in this tournament, 2010 or something. I won the U.S. Open. That's how I got in there.
Yeah, and I think there's also 2 U.S. Junior participants as well. Christopher Yu won this year's U.S. Junior, and Hans, I think, technically qualified from last year's U.S. Junior.
Oh, wow.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, he'd also be in by rating at this point.
By this point, yeah. But I remember, because last year he won, I remember he was asking whether he'd qualify for that year's U.S. Championship. And they're like, no, next year's. He was like disappointed. He was like,
yeah, that is. Also, it is disappointing to wait a year when you're a kid, right?
No, totally.
That also helps explain like why St. Louis has a problem disinviting him, because he has the technical, like, yes, the qualification process means that he kind of has a right to it.
Yeah, definitely.
One thing about that, actually, I think part of the story that no one's really saying, but I think is important, is that in that 2021 U.S. Junior, when like people have done the analysis, those games are some of the most suspicious. And what's interesting about that, of course, is that tournament, you get wanded and everything for that one as well. So it would, if it were true, then it would be like, oh, it's not just some random opens where it'd be easy to cheat that he did it. But no, he actually did it under the most stringent of conditions. Not the most, right? Because with a 30 minutes delay like they're doing now and they got other things, but the most stringent up until that point.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like a wrinkle of the story. I want to say this bishop e2 is an interesting challenge to black. Like I would call it a very provocative move because fe, white's not castling anytime soon. But I think the claim is on bishop d7, knight d6, the claim is that black has no good building move, which is a little hard to believe, right? A little bit hard to believe that black simply has no good building move after all that. White's not doing anything special.
Right. There's this queen that's holding a lot together. I mean, white's, like 2 rooks behind on the jump almost, but
I'm glad that's infiltrated the terminology. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking, I was making this tea, you guys, is there's an interesting prior case with online cheating. I don't know if you guys remember the case of Arkady Naiditch. Arkady Naiditch was a very good, great player. Grew up in Germany, but I think was originally, his parents were like from Azerbaijan. So he played for like the German team and stuff, but the Germans, who are a great friend to honesty and uprightness, did not take kindly, the German fans did not take kindly to the fact that the dude cheated. And he was caught in everything.
When did Naiditch cheat?
This is back in the day. But what I'm trying to say is what's interesting.
Like he cheated with an engine or something else?
Yeah, he cheated with an engine online and got caught for it. But the reason I bring it up is like there's this very interesting shift in mores that's happening, right? And like, I mean, when you just step back for a second and you say to yourself, oh, they're letting somebody who cheated online play in a U.S. championship. Like for Naiditch, it was kind of like his whole his position in the German team and everything was just completely challenged once that happened. Right. And here we have Niemann playing in a U.S. championship, even though he acknowledged cheating, and then probably it seems pretty obvious he did more than he admitted to as well. So anyways, I'm just trying to say it's an interesting shift in norms, that it's somehow not completely, you're not completely toast once you do it.
Might be playing in this event. Interesting.
Here's a weird variation that probably doesn't work, but should be that black is looking at. Fe, bishop d7, knight d6, knight d3, queen takes b2.
Ooh. Jesse. That's a line.
And let me just say, like, this is when you get hokey pokey like Niemann's done, this is the kind of thing you're going to need to worry about.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's great, Jesse. This is the move we couldn't find.
It looks bad, right?
Yeah.
Now, maybe you have to do some weird thing like king d2. I don't know. I don't have a great answer for white. But anyways, right. I have a feeling this is what Jeffrey's looking at here.
Ooh, that's serious, right? Because now black gets every piece into the game. Because e5 is going to force the knight to retreat. You get rook c8 too.
Let me try. What about
we got the jump.
What about rook d1 here, and then on queen e5 maybe knight c4?
Oh no, opening up more. You'll pay for this.
Well, you got to get the knight out.
Okay, takes.
Let's just say black's got more than one move here.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to take on
no.
But...
I was about to blunder really badly, so let's slow it down.
Queen f4 is a move. Queen f6 is a move. DC is definitely a move. There's no doubt about it.
Okay. How about queen g5?
There's many tempting options here.
The tournament's being played live right now, Ben Kenobi, but we're kind of looking down a variation. The live position of the tournament is after bishop e2 from
Yeah, live
Hans.
position hasn't moved for several minutes.
But yeah, let's pause in this original position. So fe, bishop d7 is one variation. There might be other ideas here for black too. I mean, and also on fe, bishop d7. Oh, fe was just played.
Mm-hmm.
If white sees all that, maybe he could try to bail to the bad end game with b4. But I mean, it's definitely a bad end game, right? Might just be a very bad end game.
Yeah.
But
no,
okay,
I think
maybe you could try to bail to the end game. That would be his decision after fe bishop d7.
I think he's like believing in this knight d6 idea. I think it's, as a human, to bail at that point to something that bad versus to play something unclear.
Well, you might not have seen knight d3. I mean, knight d3, queen b2 looks horrendous for white. To me,
Yeah.
to my eyes, it just looks lost.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got
People are
questions
asking,
about
Yeah, why not take with the queen?
why we don't take with the queen.
Yeah, this is a lot of stability. You get hit with rook f5, get off the diagonal at 94. It's
Yeah,
like, a
doesn't
lot of
94?
issues.
Yeah, 94 just immediately. It's like
Yeah, the queen on d4 has been trying to prevent black from playing knight e4 and trying to stabilize this diagonal so that you can castle that way. So once black plays knight e4, threatening like queen f2, if you castle queenside, knight f2 wins in exchange. On a lot of random moves, rook f5 will win the f4 pawn. Same if you sort of come back and defend your diagonal, is you're giving up the pawn. So yeah, that's why it would be safe to expect fe5, which has just been played.
Question about the 30-minute delay and whether 30 minutes is still waitable. I mean, I don't really think so. If you imagine how that would work, that means if you're sitting there waiting for a move, you have to wait 30 minutes.
There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
You would be losing 30 minutes per move that you wait on, right? So you could do that max on like 2 moves in the entire game.
Yeah, but so far in this game, it's like also there. It's not like there's been exactly a critical moment here for white. It's just been like maybe he had a chance to get a small advantage out of the opening. Now I don't know. To me, it looks like black is fine. So he's gonna wait 30 minutes to get a move that tells him the position is equal. It's like, yeah, I don't know if it's the most likely scenario.
I would say one of the bummers about this 30-minute thing is like you're gonna be like watching as a fan, and then all of a sudden like the players are gonna leave the playing hall and somebody's gonna be won. You'd be like, what? Why is the game over?
Yeah.
So it's like there's going to be a lot of incongruity with events like that. As a fan, it's obviously it's maybe a necessity, but it's unpleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, so live position, fe5, fe5, Jeffrey's move. He's a few minutes behind Neiman now. He had been up, 10 to 20 minutes on the clock previously.
Yeah, guys, I just want to say this thing with bishop d7, knight d6, knight d3. It's a very common French idea, and I'll just say, like, I feel very confident that once we gain e5, we have at least compensation. My gut is that we're winning, but we have at least compensation. There's a lot of French positions like that, and then I just own the center. The bishop will come alive later because e5 is like hard to prevent. And and the fact that we have the jump on the f file, not pleasant. Not pleasant. There's bishop d7. All right, moment of truth for Hans. 35 minutes left. He might go down early, my friends. This game might be over kind of quickish.
Surely he's going in here. Surely he's going in. There will be no bailout.
Kostya, I just want you to know that I almost said that's what she said there, but for you, buddy, I held it back. Okay, I want you to know.
Yeah. I'm the.
It's
PC
not holding it
police.
back when you say it.
Yeah. That reminds me of when people online, they're like, oh, I wish I could express my opinions, but I know I'll be canceled immediately by the mob. So it's like, so you know your opinions are like bad. It's like you're already aware ahead of time.
No. They think their opinion is fine, but that other people will be too sensitive about it or something like that. It doesn't mean for sure that they think that they are wrong.
No. The way they I get what you're saying, but the way they often phrase it is just like you could tell, like they know that they're sexist or racist or whatever. Like they just know. They're like, oh, it's not my fault. I can't.
You guys, we got this 96 on the board.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to say about this 93 is, I think once Black realizes, and maybe I'm missing something, right? We'll see, but Black just has to check, to my mind, that he wins the pawn on e5, and then he can be confident that he can do it, right? But other than that, he shouldn't calculate too much because there's a variety of ways that White can respond, right? Like knight d3, queen d3, queen d2, and then White can play king d2, rook d1. So you don't want to calculate that forever. As long as you see that you got queen e5 coming, I think you should be saying to yourself, "I'm ready. Let's go."
Ooh, I'd be very concerned because in a blitz game I can totally see myself playing knight d3 and just going for it. Because I think there is a lot of practical value. But in like a classical game, it's like your position's fine. White's not castling yet. Like, man.
I'm gonna just
sacrifice a piece is it's a big deal.
But this is the thing I'm trying to say, Kostya. There's a number of French positions are very similar, and this is an advantageous version of those.
Yeah. I would also disagree with what you said, Kostya, about your positions just fine. Like when I was sitting here and Jesse hadn't yet told me about knight d3, I was really feeling a lot of pressure to find a good move for Black. Now, I'm definitely weak in terms of like staying calm and getting overly worried and just soldiering on. So that's definitely like a weakness of mine. If I don't see something great, I start freaking out. But to me here, I was thinking like, man, I need a good move. Like,
right?
What about just two options: bishop c6 and bishop e8. I would think are normal moves.
Okay, great. See, that's like what's missing from my life is just to calmly play a normal move.
It's got to be said, in those positions, Black's doing fine. Bishop e8, sure.
That's a great move, Kostya, and just bishop g6, and you're just playing, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'd be hesitant to sack the piece because it doesn't feel like Black needs to.
Yeah, and that's why I always play those sacrificial moves. Is also because I'm always feeling that sort of like panic, like it's not good enough, I don't know what I'm doing, I gotta do something now. Yeah.
One thing in the chat I want to address about Hans playing much weaker immediately after they began that 15-minute delay. That was also the moment that this like insane witch hunt started for Hans's head, and I think that would make any chess player play weaker, right? Like chess is a very mental game. You're sitting there for 5 hours with just your own thoughts. And so now you're just like sitting there like all day. Like what's Magnus saying during the game? What's Geary tweeting about me? Like, I'm surprised he did as well as he did after that whole debacle. He drew with several other top players. That implication to me was always very strange. It's like, oh, he started playing worse after the 15-minute delay. Oh, okay, so that means he's like he wasn't cheating anymore. So now he's not cheating. He's back to this 2,500 player. He's still making draws with Black against like 2,700s.
Right.
Something's not quite adding up there in terms of the storyline.
By the way, Kostya, you said something and I think there's a common opinion that Magnus really blew it with this, with what he did, and I have a lot of sympathy with that. But let me just stress something else we've talked about it. Magnus, buddy, where you really blew it was blowing it with the World Championship, buddy.
Kostya, Jesse, this is not Dojo Talks. This is not Dojo Talks now. Magnus is not watching.
Magnus, right here, buddy, right here.
No, we're not clipping this.
He
We're
played
just-
bishop a4 like a
We're doing
madman.
commentary. Commentary
Yeah.
means expressing opinions. Jesse's allowed to express his
All right.
opinions.
Look, we got a move here. Bishop a4. We got a new move to look at.
Wow, that was not a move no one said that move.
No, it did.
It's like a move faster than bishop e8 to g6.
So I think one intention here is that if b4, knight d7, we're saying then that the pawn that we're just going to win the pawn on e5. Now, yeah, this is a good move. I mean, at least it presents a very clear challenge to white. And I think maybe it's kind of weird though. Like, let's say white plays b3 here. Are we then going to do Kostya's bishop e8? What's the? I mean, that would be some highfalutin stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely the main question for me is what's the intention on b3? Could be bishop c6 as well.
But okay, let me just ask: why is inducing b3 a big deal?
I mean, it's something. It weakens the c3 square.
Yeah, weakens the c file. May make castling queenside harder.
Okay, I just want to say it's not intuitive to me yet, but
I mean, earlier in our analysis, like I played b3, but it wasn't like I wanted to. It was more like I felt like I had to.
Yeah, we didn't want to do it.
One thing, Kostya, let me just say about bishop e8, because I feel like this move is related to moves like bishop e8, is I was concerned as black that white would survive potentially with some kind of b4 and then maybe even take some b7. So that was my concern, is that I don't think white deserves to survive. That was so bishop e8, I think black's probably marginally better. That was my gut on it. But I don't think he deserves survival. So b3, I like your bishop e8 better than bishop c6. He could have, of course, played bishop c6 immediately too. I don't get bishop a4. Maybe I think there's something I'm not seeing about him. Something I'm missing about bishop.
Well, I mean, b3, bishop e8 looks really fine for black, let's say. So bishop a4, what's white going to do about it?
Well, wait. What's white's intention? What's black's intention with bishop a4? Because, if you can explain to me why b3 is a significant weakness, then I guess I'm all in on it. But
I think we just did.
So it's the c file.
It's the c file.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an odd move. I mean, it doesn't seem wrong to me, because it's like, black is hitting the c pawn, and like c3 bishop c2 is like.
Now, one variation that I'm sure is part of this, okay, is that if white castles, then Pruess's rook f2 is going to come.
Yeah. Yeah, if castle's queenside right here, rook f2 is back on the table, and it doesn't coordinate badly with bishop a4, right?
Right, very true.
Mm-hmm. Totally fine. Yeah, and I mean, and the move queen c6 looks like a reasonable move as well in some of these positions. So I mean, basically, black's challenging white to defend the c2 pawn, right? That's the first level of what's going on here.
Okay, you guys, I think if I was going to make an argument for this inducing b3, it would not be the c file, but rather that later when I play knight b7 to attack e5, and you take on b6, that you will owe me a tempo to deal with the pawn on a3.
Man, Jesse, you're always like 50 moves ahead.
Now, I'm not sure. I'm actually trying to just rationalize it, because to me, it wouldn't have occurred to me. And maybe it is next level. And with the knight d3 thing, even though Zhang's a genius, I think he had to have seen it. But sometimes, ideas like that, you either see it right away or you don't,
Yeah, and he did play the move pretty quickly, If if he felt his back were more up against the wall and he was looking harder for more ideas, it's possible that in 3 or 4 minutes he didn't consider knight d3.
And if I was going to criticize these players, it would be mostly their time usage here. Like, we're on move 16, boss. We're on move 16. The heat is about to arrive.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I mean,
the
they
time usage, man.
they have to play some moves quickly here or there.
All right, B3's coming.
b3
And
comes.
So now we're going to see our
So
guesses.
Hans
Bishop
calls.
E8 is happening.
Bishop
E8,
E8, and Jeffrey shows his hand. Yeah. E8.
Yeah, for sure he wanted to play this. He's showing some confidence there. Playing a couple moves a little bit faster. Needs to. Now and then.
And one of the bummers for White is I just don't know what to do for the guy. You know, I really don't know what to do for the soul. Rook F1, I don't know.
Rook
Yeah, I mean-
F1 seems reasonable.
It's interesting, you know, they're like fighting over the dark square so hard, but basically Xiong is just going to keep attacking the c2 pawn to try and make Niemann's edifice crumble, right? He's on rook f1, he goes bishop g6. So
And again, if I'm thinking about it from White's perspective, at some point we play b4 and we trade queens, take on b7, and try to survive.
oh, like try and win the pawn on b7 right here with the queen trade.
At some point, you know, because the position's so nasty here for White. Like he needs to get the queens off. He definitely needs to get the ladies off.
That makes sense.
Yeah, why not b4 and take on b7 at the? I guess what are we saying? Knight d7 is going to happen, and black's hitting e5.
In which case, by the way, then it didn't really matter with bishop a4 because the pawn still went to b4 no matter what. It was like 2 moves that didn't even need to happen, right?
Some position like this.
And my gut is that White is worse. But it's not. But maybe White can survive, right? Like knight d6, bishop g6. Maybe c4. I don't know.
By the way, Shanklin's like ending his game with an hour left plus on the clock. It's like he just knew the whole thing.
Such a comfortable draw.
That's pretty sweet. Okay, so bishop e8's been played, and it's the position where he's thinking about b4. I mean, this position here after the trades, it's unclear who's worse, right? That we're considering.
I feel like Black's a little bit better. I just don't know if he has. If I was Black, I would be upset because that other position looks winning, and this one I'm not sure.
Who we're rooting for? I mean, I think all of us are rooting for multiple players, right? We all have several people we are fans of in this event.
Yeah, I'll say I'm rooting for Christopher, and I guess I want to see Fabi make some kind of comeback, dude. I'm worried for the guy's soul, but honestly, as a fan, it makes it hard for me to be a super fan if he's going to be doing the podcast, right? So like, yeah, you can do the podcast. It's your choice, but as a fan, I want you to be busting your nuts trying to improve. You know,
b4's been played.
who was it that Magnus, in the other World Championship cycle, he was like, yeah, he's not serious because he's out streaming and stuff. He's not actually challenging for the world title. Forgot who he was criticizing.
Yeah, it wasn't Hikaru.
No, it was somebody else. But yeah, Hikaru's easy to. At that point, Hikaru wasn't in the candidates. It was the previous cycle.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, I think White's going to try to bail out to this bad endgame, and we'll see if he can survive.
Yeah, I mean, is knight e4 at all a consideration here?
doesn't seem right, right? Because I trade and I take on e4, and then at some point I get to play c4, and I can play rook f1. I probably should play rook f1 immediately, so you don't have rook. Yeah.
Right. Use something like this. Actually, wait. There may even be this rook f5 move for black, which I hadn't considered. With the idea of trying to encircle the e5 pawn with your king as things simplify.
Yeah, maybe bishop g4 then first instead of rook f1.
Maybe, yeah, or bishop c4. You got a lot of different moves.
Bishop g4. Yeah, that looks like a nice move.
But even there, nice David, rook f5 taking the pawn is nobody's. It's like even that position. If I go king d2, rook takes e5, king e3, I'm totally fine as white.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that feels a little bit bad to y'all. I also thought it felt a little bit bad. I just wanted to consider more options.
Yeah, fair enough. I think knight d7, he's a little bit better. Black's a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there's no defending the e5 pawn anymore, is there? In the knight d7 line.
Right. So let's do it. Knight d7, snip.
You know, he could still play knight d3. It doesn't look very good, but he could still play that too.
But then you would have to have something really fancy then, right?
I mean, it's not like super fancy or even super plausible, but it's basically to play bishop g6 after the check on f2. Okay. And ideas that this queen has to stop queen d4, which I might be wrong about, but if that's the case, then you're looking sort of like queen d2, queen g2, and just sort of playing the game with the king in the center. I mean, I wouldn't call it plausible, but
it doesn't seem plausible. You guys, I'm gonna have to go in a touch.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed this though, man. This was fun hanging out.
Yeah. Very fun. Thanks, Jesse.
How come, by the way, it's been hours. How come I didn't get my own little template name, buddy?
What do you mean?
You guys got like the fancy red slice underneath your name. I didn't get anything, man.
You've got the bigger camera. You've got the bigger camera.
Okay, fair enough.
You want a red slice? I mean, we can trade spots.
No, I gotta go. Next time I'm on, though, I better get myself a red slice, buddy.
Okay. All right, I'll put you on one of the red slices.
Chess.com for updated layout. If Jesse's going, I'll go too. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, so I should go do that.
Right.
Me neither. Me neither.
And then well, I'll be back, I guess, to take over for you, David. And we have the U.S. Chess School coming up as well today.
Oh yeah.
Right. What time is U.S. Chess School today? Is that 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 2 hours.
Yeah. Are you staying on until then, or are you going to have to go at some point?
I can try and make it all the way. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Then yeah, I can take over then to host the class.
Okay. Cool.
All right, bye everybody.
All right.
All right.
See you, Jesse.
Folks.
All right, folks. Sorry, give me 1 second to try and get back into a real view here. Yeah, let me try this. All right. Yeah, Vine's the monkey. This is my old board from my first chess tournaments. I've been using this thing forever. Got my name written under it right here. Yeah, these pieces are pretty banged up too. They've been around. They've been around the world like, 50 times. All right. King d2 instead of king d1. Yeah, maybe that was not much of a variation for white there. Let's set this situation up here that we've got right now. queen on d4, notably. Knight here. Pawn e5, pawn e6. Here. I wanted to go look at one other game, maybe briefly. I don't know how you guys feel about watching one game the whole day or checking out some of the other games as well. But there's another one that had some spicy moments just now. Bishop's here. And now let's give black some minor pieces. Is the live position correct? Yes, the live position is now correct here. Yeah. You've got some Hans fatigue. It looks like we're kind of split 50-50 between people who like to just ponder one game all day and people who like to look at, sorry, Bishop E8, thank you. And people who like to try and follow the whole tournament a little bit. We could go to just the bird's eye view for a second, if you like. This one right here, see? And from here, everyone can get a quick glance around at what's going on all the boards. So, for example, you see Schwiertz and Shankland in a 4 versus 4 rook and pawn ending. Should be drawn, but Schwiertz is down to like 2 or 3 minutes. So Sam might try to grind a little bit or something, right? Then we've got Robson and Caruana in an endgame, equal material. Bishop can be a bit better than the knight sometimes. These knights are pretty good. So that game looks pretty reasonable right now. You came from St. Louis Chess in order to just follow Hans. Fair enough, Jonathan. We'll be back to that game. That's like our main game today. But this is going to be a 1 minute just look around, okay? Can I put more light on the real board? Yeah, I could turn on the light. I thought there was enough light here, but let's see. Yeah, we could put some top light over the board like that. So, you know, I think Robson Caruana is probably fairly close to equal. The game that was going crazy to me is this game over here, Morad Diabati versus a Wonder Liang. And now you've got queen and 2 connected passed pawns against 2 rooks. Is maybe Morad Diabati just completely winning here? Technically, black's got 2 pawns as well on d6 and h7, but it looks like white's maybe just queening here. Yeah, feels like Morad Diabati may just be winning there now. The knight is looking like it's outperforming the bishop pretty easily, and those passed pawns are looking strong. That feels like it's probably winning for Morad Diabati. They just went through like a really, really crazy tactical phase that would have been fun to check out. But it sounds like not that many people want to switch around for that. Then you've got Aronian versus Dominguez. Aronian's been trying to like grind this kind of symmetrical Petrov position, but I think black's holding on okay in that game. Oh, in the Hans game, knight e4 got played, folks, not knight to d7. Jeffrey played this knight e4 move that Jesse and Kostya were pretty quick to dismiss. Yeah, furry-footed nerf herder. Hans's rise, with or without the scandal, I mean, was one of the big stories. I mean, the big story of 2022 in chess, honestly, is that you've got like 5 or 6 teenagers who made 2,700. And in the space of like 3 or 4 months, right? You've got Gukesh, Aragaisi, Nodierbeck, Hans, Kamer. That's at least 5. If Praggnanandhaa played OTB instead of online, he would have made it 2 by now. it's been a huge surge, and Hans, definitely a big story. Dominguez is using so much time that I'm doubting my sense that his position's okay. My sense when I sometimes out of the corner of my eyes look at the other boards, even though we've just been talking Hans versus Jeffrey today. And my sense was that Dominguez was fine with rook hg8 in this position. But maybe I'm wrong. And then you've got Wesley So against Chris Yu. And Chris Yu's what? Trying to play knight takes h3 check? Very, very angry little kid, right? So that game looks pretty exciting as well. All right. Now we'll go back to our one board view with an analysis board. So let's make sure our live board updates properly. Bishop c4. I was going to say that this looked better than bishop g4 when we talked this line earlier. But let me just show everybody how this happens. So black goes knight e4 right here. Going after f2. d2 controlling this king. Coordinating on f2. White's obviously plan was to trade queens. And now here, rather than grabbing the b7 pawn, white just goes for the structural advantage, right? In this situation, if you go for the b7 pawn, we have to think that black's got quite a bit of activity coming down here with the rook, right? Rook g1 if you want to try to technically hold all your pawns. And yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what would come from here next. Black could play bishop g6, rook c8, rook b8. Probably not rook b8 because knight d6 or something. Trading the knight to supporting the rook doesn't feel right. But you could go like bishop g6 here and here. You know, it would be a very, very active position from black. So, I mean, it could have been considered, but it wasn't gone for. So we don't. We'll catch up with the real position before we look at some side options that we missed here. Okay, Corpse was also thinking of doubling on the F file. Killer Whale, that's what we're going to try and figure out for ourselves. Rather than being presented with the answer, we're going to work for the answer, and then we'll actually potentially understand the answer. So knight takes e4, d takes e4. Definitely what I expected from white, and now this move bishop c4. Pressing e6, and also potentially the bishop can go to b3 and neutralize black's potential counterplay on the c file and a file against c2 and a3. This can be a really good spot for this bishop over here, right? So yeah, so bishop c4 is very challenging. You know, we can't do anything like rook f5 because of bishop e6 check. Black could sack a pawn. It's possible. Like bishop h5 could be like the pawn sack move here. If Jeffrey wants to be really active. You can also push e3 as Oklahoma is just suggesting. I don't think that's crazy at all. I'd considered e3 Oklahoma. I'd considered the same move. Okay, Dominguez, by the way, played rook hg8 just like I thought. So I'm not sure why he thought 20 minutes on that move or what was going on there. We'll see. Will somebody tell me if Chris Yu sacks a knight on h3 or a queen on h3 so we can... If we get a sacrifice, can we just like pop over for a second? King f7 looks playable, Master says. Yeah. Chemical Code, my initial instinct would be that white must be better. So my initial instinct would be that the chances are higher for a white win and fairly low for a black win. Probably a lot of chances of a draw and maybe almost no chances of a black win at this point. Right? No, we've invested too much in this game to just leave this game, right? I was never going to just stop watching this game. I think I found a refutation for your king f7 suggestion, by the way. And king h8 has just been played. Yeah. So that king h8 is like, it's like the e3 or bishop h5 move, but not decided yet. Right? But basically, there's like a whole breed of positions where you want to go here, 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 threatening rook a to e8, with a secondary idea of maybe e3, rook f2. Right? There's a whole group of those kind of variations, and if the bishop comes here trying to play e6, that's sort of tricky to figure out. So he's playing king h8, and on bishop e6, he'll have one extra move other than e3 or bishop h5, which is he'll have bishop b5, maybe as one other move. Because that prevents rook f1. That's the extra advantage of that. And when we were considering bishop g4 earlier in this position, folks, remember we had this rook f1, rook f5, and then Jesse was like, poo-poo, rook f5, but just to be sure, we'll play bishop g4 to stop it. In this position, the flip pawn sack move that I was considering was bishop b5, right? And check here, going for rook e8. Now there's no bishop d7, e6, actually. So you just want to play rook e8, win the pawn on e5. We're stopping this rook from coming out. It looks pretty decent for black. And that's maybe what Xiang is trying to steer it towards right now as well. Does that make sense? If you just long castle as white, aren't you always allowing this rook takes a3 move? It's going to give black a pretty plausible position at any point to get that, maybe. So we are here. White hasn't taken the pawn yet, right? So white could grab the pawn right now, or white could play rook f1 now. These guys are very good. Yes, these are the players who are competing for the U.S. championships. These are Super GM 2700 level. You would not even consider king h8. Okay. Schwierz and Shankland agreed to a draw, by the way. Schwierz held it together. Let me just... somebody had asked a question. I just want to point something out. After bishop c4, one person asked about king f7. And in theory, the king would be much better on e7 than on h8 at this phase of the game, right? Do we all understand and agree that we would want the black king in the middle of the board defending this pawn and just sort of flexible, right? That's like typical in the endgame to be tucked like this, right? Somebody saying the engine said king f7? No, but there's like a clear problem with king f7, isn't there? King f7, the problem is rook f1 check. King here, then you trade. King takes, bishop e6. Right? Gulko fan or Eric or somebody who I know is strong, confirm to me if I've completely flubbed this variation here, right? Didn't white just win a pawn here? I don't want to know what the engine wants, folks. Haven't you been watching for a bit? I'm right, and the engine still likes it, you're thinking? Okay, so basically, this position looks kind of bad, right? You're down a pawn. You're not getting any quick counterplay. The white king can come up, and we've developed the h1 rook and even let it trade off. So this is a dream scenario for white. This is a dream scenario for white. Live position, he's taken on e6, right? He's taken the pawn. My board's not auto-updating. I have to manually tell it to go forward. So I would say that's a clear reason not to play king f7, personally. So you could hunker down with a move like bishop f7, but it feels very passive, right? Like, essentially, you allow white to just sort of, like, march the king up. Don't hurry to take this pawn, by the way, as white. Don't take it too soon and let black, you know, get all the pieces active. But you can at least come up to e3, and it's clear that white is ahead by at least a pawn in a position like this. Black absolutely needs to play actively with the doubled pawn. Somebody asked originally, right? Like, how bad a situation is it? 2 pairs of doubled pawns? Oh, it's really bad. If you don't have activity for black, it's trash. The only reason to play this kind of position is to play a move like what Xiong played with king h8. And on bishop e6, has he not played yet? I would think bishop b5 is the move that makes sense of this. And the first move that maybe occurred to me is you could get like c4, rook e8, pawn takes bishop, rook takes, like this. Right? And the black rook's coming to e5. I don't know what's going on, but it looks... Well, it's a rook endgame that can't be worse for white, let's say. Doesn't bishop b5 walk into c4? Yeah, it does. But this is, I don't know, what I figured the idea would be. Maybe white's got some other brilliant move here other than just trading. Maybe bishop d5 I've underestimated. I was thinking then maybe rook takes e5, defending the e4 pawn, right? Now on pawn takes bishop, rook takes bishop, and on bishop takes b7, bishop takes c4. I don't see a simple tactical refutation here with this c4 move. Can I look at rook f4 instead of king h8 like he played? Hans calls himself the greatest American talent since Bobby Fischer. It's definitely the right name to use when talking about Hans, is put Bobby Fischer's name in the sentence. What is rook f4? Rook f4. What is that move about? Okay, it is playing bishop f7 in response and trading bishops, I guess. Oh, I see the point behind rook f4. You got that move from a computer, though, right? Whoever told me rook f4? You got that move from a computer. I bet. I see what it's about now, I think. The idea is to play bishop f7 without getting everything passive, right? If white takes, you go bishop f7, takes here, and rook f1 or whatever, simplifying, your king's just coming up really fast, and you're totally in the game. So white probably doesn't even take on e6 in whatever computer variation this comes from. After rook f4, white probably doesn't even take, but instead works on the king and rook coordination here. Like king up or something. Right. Bishop a4 has been played here. That's interesting. Don't use the engine even from chat. Hey, somebody asked me about rook f4. If it was an honest question, I'm trying to answer it, But I do feel like it was an inhuman suggestion, somewhat. Rook f4. I don't know. But okay, here in the game we've got takes, and now bishop a4, not bishop b5. And somebody was telling me the problem with bishop b5 was a4, but black can just take it. I'm maybe not deep enough into this to understand what everybody else is talking about. But I'll be right back, everybody. We're gonna take like just a 30-second break here. Maybe I'll grab some water while I'm taking my break. We'll be right back, okay? Okay, welcome back to me. Haven't missed anything. Apparently, Hans is thinking about this bishop a4 position. That's very easy, the Wizard Melon. None. You should not have any engine software for your analysis. You should do it all yourself. And then with other humans. Golko fan, while I was gone, you guys analyzed rook f4 and found that it's a mistake. Oh, Chris, you sacked on h3. Chris, you sacked on h3. That's pretty exciting. Same, Zelda Sama. You shouldn't use the engine either. You shouldn't use the engine for analysis until you're a master. The live position is wrong, though. It doesn't have bishop a4. Oh, sorry, folks. Thanks. Bishop a4. Here it is. Yeah, Vine's the monkey. The first part of that is correct, to first analyze by yourself. But then the second part, where you said, then if you don't have any strong friends, use the engine, is wrong. You should then go use whatever friends you have, no matter how strong they are. If you don't have any friends, your next step should be to try to make friends rather than using the engine. No beads either. Nope. Just no engine until you're a master. Period. Simple. Don't do it. You just make yourself bad. It's not that hard to make friends. You can figure it out. And it's worth it. It's super worth it. I can confirm, Eastwood, that we want to keep our chat family friendly. So use some kind of clean way of referring to that if you want to talk about it, please. We'll know what you're talking about if you just use some hint word or something. The friends you made along the way, absolutely. You know which GM wouldn't scoff at it, Intrinsic, is Magnus Carlsen. I don't want to get into a long sidetrack argument about this, but Magnus Carlsen recently said that he tries to avoid using the engine by having his seconds analyze the openings with engines for him, and then they explain or present things to him, and he never has to sit there working with the engine, and he looks at the openings that they bring to him with his human eyes. So he's spending the maximum amount of his time thinking for himself and looking at things the way he would actually think about them if he were sitting at a board and playing a game, instead of with that like warping of the evaluations right there, the best moves right there, etc. Okay? Obviously, it's a great luxury to have seconds that most of us don't have, right? But what I'm saying is, what's being hinted at there is Magnus thinks that a lot of engine exposure would even make him worse at chess. So imagine what it will do to your less trained brains, you know? So, anyway. It's not okay, Zelda Sama. No. I mean, it's not morally wrong. It's better than cheating. But you should definitely not do it if you want to get better at chess. It'll make you worse at chess instead of better. As Benki is saying, looking at an engine is going to give you answers without you working for it. Answers that you haven't worked for, you will seldom absorb or remember in any way. Okay? We're going to take a quick look at Wesley's position, which people are cheering for with reason. But here, castles, queenside, and e3 have been played. Castles, queenside, and e3. And we will be back to this endgame in just a moment, folks. Okay? All right, so let's really quickly switch over here, pop back, and grab Wesley's board. This is a pretty cool position as well. All right. No, nothing good. You should also be able to identify which positions you should be analyzing. One quick tip is if you play an OTB game, I really want to cover the US Championships. I've got videos out on YouTube that you can see about engines. But one good tip when analyzing a game of yours is go to the move that you spent the most time on and analyze that move if you need help identifying which move in your game to go look at. Okay, and analyzing a game can mean just looking at one move from the game. You don't have to look at the whole game. So, okay. No, it's fine, it's fine. But we're here to look at the US Championships a bit, right? So here's the game. Wesley versus Chris. Chris has sacked a knight for 2 pawns on h3 to open up the king. Wesley's covering the king. Rooks and queens are really good defenders on the second rank, so these are well placed. On rook h1, he's got the simple king e2. If rook to e8 to cut the king off, what does he have planned there? That's an interesting question. Ecchio Auditore is asking the same question as me. So rook e8 is really making sense. F3 is pretty weak, so like rook e8, you can't just cover up with rook e2, right? Because rook f3. So he's really tied down to that pawn right now. These are pretty good defenders. But even like rook g3, what would he do against rook g3? Where would the queen go? I know some of you are saying that it's plus whatever for Wesley, but hang on, isn't this a simple draw for Chris? Something like this? If queen g1, there's rook h1. So this looks simple. Chris has a draw in hand. That's very promising for him. Once you have a draw in hand, it means your whole attack is pretty plausible. So now let's see if Chris could win with rook e8. Also, Chris has 30 minutes against 6, so he should spend some time thinking here. I've heard that yesterday he made some kind of mistake against Hans in the time scramble where Hans had a minute and Chris had 30 minutes. I didn't notice the mistake because I'm not good enough. But supposedly he may have made a mistake. If that's the case, hopefully he'll use some of his 30 minutes here. But let's have like a little look at this for a moment. Rook e8, a pretty blatant threat. If you block the e file on e2, the blatant threat still works. If you block on e4, you give back the piece. This has a little bit of the feel of Kramnik-Shirov. You guys know Shirov's like greatest game ever, maybe? One of Shirov's greatest games. From the cover of Fire on Board. Oh, it's not on the cover. My bad. Look at David's visual memory. It's on the title page here. See that same structure with white having a huge space advantage on the queen side? Like in the end, like the threat from Kramnik in that game was like, just sort of queening a pawn over here, or at some point he played like knight d5, c d5, c6, just queening the c pawn. This has that vibe. In that game, what Shirov did was he outposted his pieces on e4 and g4. That was like mind-boggling. Right? Mind-boggling game. One of the greatest of all times. Okay, so what's Wesley supposed to do if Chris Yu plays rook e8 threatening rook h1? What are the possible defenses here? Knight e2 to block on g1. Reasonable. But Golkofan also suggests a potential interesting move from black in response, rook e3. attacking the bishop and trying to just win the f3 pawn. And if knight f4, your knight got excited, right? I understand getting excited, knight. That's a tasty square, but this move finishes you off. So rook e3 looks pretty strong right there, right? I mean, white can soldier on without the f3 pawn, I guess. You can't even go knight f4 here, right? Because rook check and then queen d1. Or maybe this first. Here. Discovered check. Whatever. It's a massacre. It's a massacre! Stop! I can't watch the blood. That's enough. He's down. Okay, what other moves do we have after rook e8 for Wesley? Rook e3, knight g1. Okay. In this line here. Knight g1, rook g3. Hitting the queen. She goes here. Takes, takes, takes. Right? And white's just busted. Knight e2 is the only move you guys are saying is rook e8. What else was there here? Rook e2 in this position. That's going to drop the bishop on d3 beyond, right? Because black can take and take. So that looks winning. Aronian and Dominguez ended in a draw. So we've got 3 draws right now, folks. Here's the bird's eye for a second. We can see Hans is up a pawn. And Jeffrey can't win back the e5 pawn with rook e8 and stuff because of back rank mate. The e3 pawn is kind of the remaining counterplay, but it's probably not going to do it. Moradiabadi, some risk of allowing a draw against Liang. He's won in exchange, but it hasn't really helped him. Robson, still fine against Caruana. You know, just an interesting endgame over there. That's like the last game we'll probably be watching today will be Robson Caruana, I would guess. Like when the dust has settled and cleared on the other boards, we'll get to check out a fantastic endgame between those two. Fabiano's endgame has gotten like better and better recently, I gotta say. But let's check out the bloodiest position we've got for a little bit, okay? Just that's part of chess, right? Chris had a terrible first game yesterday to some extent against Hans. So this is fantastic to see him swinging for it against Wesley So. Really, really playing great here. From what we can tell of his position, we haven't actually seen him move a piece, right? We just came here while he was thinking. So we haven't seen him move, but I'm saying he's playing well. I mean, you know, he's playing Wesley So, one of the giants of the entire like last decade of chess, and he's got an exciting and plausible position. Wesley might lose a lot of elo points in this game. It's possible. Oklahoma, definitely a risk. It doesn't take much time to evaluate rook g3, right? That's just a draw. But rook e8 looks pretty killer. But one has to be fairly careful. Is bishop h4 a candidate move as well? Yeah, we didn't even get to that. We didn't even get to that. Thank you for suggesting that. I mean, K-Dop, it's hard for me to know, but I think in general that Hans is probably 2,700 strength, whether or not he has cheated. But that's really kind of partly guesswork, right? It's partly guesswork. Bishop h4. Somebody in chat is telling me it allows queen h3. Yep, that'll refute that. Thanks for the suggestion, and thank you for the refutation. See, that's why, folks, you need to have, you know, they don't have to be close friends, but at least people you can talk about chess with. Well, there's not transitivity in chess results. When's the last time Hans lost? He lost at the Sinkfield Cup at his last tournament. He could be both Benkenobi, couldn't he? I mean, I don't want to spend all our time talking about it. Well, let's talk about the chess. So bishop h4 is not a candidate move. Rook e8 is. Rook g3, we sort of know what that is. Rook h1, king up. Check, driving him. King here, does that do anything? Not really. That just kind of lets the king off the hook. Is knight takes c5 a move? What's the idea behind knight c5? Yeah, we looked at that for a second, Hardabuna, and it looked plausible for black, right? Like knight e2, rook e3, hitting the bishop and trying to take on f3. And here, as far as we could see, knight f4 and knight g1 were both bad for white. So we haven't found a great move for white here. We looked at rook d1, knight f4, knight g1, and didn't really find anything here. King g1 here. Fascinating. Fascinating. Yes, K-Dop, it would be. I don't find the speed of his rise suspicious. That's a fascinating idea. King g1 here. Wow. Plukru said something at the very least, but what did Plukru say? King g1, rook takes e2. Oh, nice, Plukru. You're beating down all the suggestions today. Whew. You're beating down everybody's suggestions. That's hurting a little bit. Queen against two pieces, but you still have two pawns and a weak king. So you would think that this would favor black, this situation here. Yeah. It's complicated. It's complicated for sure. Still, I mean, white's got the bishop pair and chances. You know, rook's double is interesting. But you would guess that it favors black. I would guess that it favors black. We'll be there in a second, Contrala. Yeah, we'll get there in a second. Okay. Well, Chris Yu's thinking about it, so we're going to do a little thing where we bounce back and forth a little bit between these two games. Okay, folks? So we'll try and watch both games at once. So here we've got Hans's game. We had castles queenside, e3, rook f1, g6 for Jeffrey, just getting the king closer to the e pawn, getting rid of back rank mate issues. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mr. Tripser, it would be exciting to see Chris get a knockout here. That would be really exciting. All right, so what white needs to do is like maybe trade one rook and then clean up the e3 pawn. But if white went about it too straightforwardly, I suppose there would be ways to flub it. So for example, rook f1, g6. If we just trade, giving black the f file to pursue this, then we allow the second rank, right? And now things might not work out that easily for white if we give black the second rank like this, right? Like now we're talking, you know, bishop here, takes, with a bit of a mess, right? So we don't want to play Well, the straight up dumb moves are not yet winning for white. Sometimes your position is so good. Let me just clarify what I mean by that, because it's an important point. Sometimes your position is so good you can just play the most straightforward moves even if they're making small concessions, right? Like I trade for you, right? Sometimes we can play those like straightforward, just simple moves, almost nothing to calculate. They're mild concessions, but it's just a winning position, you know? And then it's easy. But here I think white's not yet so winning to play just random moves. Do you think the e-pawn wins at the end there? I think the black king's close enough to the e-pawn. No? Let's see. You guys want to run that one back for a second and just check on it? Play bishop b3 here. Takes. Of note, by the way, the black could even consider e2 in this position. King d2 takes, rook e2, king e2, king, a4, a5. I guess white wins. Okay, white wins, so black shouldn't do that. Okay, so like here. And you're right, white queens. So in this position, black we need to play here. Like so. And what's the verdict there? Unclear, right? As long as black doesn't allow the pawn to just queen, as long as we start running towards the e-pawn with the king, it's not super easy. Oh, wait! Check. Tricky. King e7, rook check, king here, rook h7. I mean, even that's not a guaranteed win, but it looks scary. But king here, rook here, takes, rook b7, you know, g5. I mean, this stuff is just not, it's not easy. It's not fully easy, right? You get into a race. You can't be fully confident, right? So, okay, Hans played another move. He's played bishop g4. Let's go back and check it out, shall we? He did not play this, like, quote-unquote dumb variation that I was just showing. Too many pawns for black here. A4. Rook here. Okay, Hans played e3. Played bishop g4. That makes a lot of sense. Not conceding the file. You're able to do this. You're able to control here. You're still stopping rook c8. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All what at the board, Biscuit Fiend? The variations I've shown you are easily calculatable at the board. Everything I'm showing you is far less than I could calculate at the board because I'm not focused. I'm looking at the board sideways. I'm not concentrating. I'm explaining things. Sometimes reading chat. This is like not even 10% of what you would calculate at a board. Okay. So this move makes sense. What counterplay does Jeffrey have against this move? He's got maybe rook f2. Does rook e8 just win a pawn? Rook e8, e6. Rook e8, e6, h5. Bishop here, g5, bishop here. So we can't fully disconnect the defense of that pawn. Rook e8, e6. Oh, rook e8's been played, by the way, just now. And look, my board's finally updating it. Showed the move rook e8. Yay. Rook e8, e6. e2 is what you guys must be thinking, right? You could trade the e-pawns. But you're still down a pawn there for black, aren't you? I mean, it's Hans's move in this position here. But if Hans plays e6 and you play e2 and Hans takes, and something like this, White's looking ahead of pawn. Unless we need to calculate further with this move. But, I mean, even if that move is a problem, you know, maybe there's bishop f3. I mean, there should be some move here for White that keeps you up a pawn for nothing. This is a very, very dangerous position for Black. Would I calculate it? I would calculate such lines. Yeah, I'm a very calculation-heavy style of player. I don't have a lot of good instincts and evaluations, so I just burn through moves, trying to slowly understand what's going on. Yeah? Okay, so we're here. We're here live. Is there any other problem with e6? Okay, it blocks bishop c8, so there could be this move. Sorry, this rook's here. So if he goes e6, this is another move Xian could try. Rook c8, when you don't have rook f2 or rook d2. Uh-oh. Oh my god. That's a heck of a issue, right? Man, look at that poor dead pawn on e3 doing some serious lifting here. Yeah, White's busted here. White's busted here, so he won't play e6. I mean, by busted, I don't mean White loses. I mean, like, White's clearly messed up, right? So that variation would be not desirable. So he can do better than that with some other move. Yeah, for example, he could go rook here. Oh, sorry. Wrong rook. Let's go here first. I don't want to allow rook c8 potentially. This would be swapping one advantage for another. But as long as Black's not mated, they can just do this, huh? Sorry, I put the rook on the wrong square here. Oh, the bishop's on this square. Wow, oh my god. But you guys are good at seeing the board at least. At least it looks like you guys can see the board on the video. So that's completely not working at all. Jesus. Do I have the right position here? Yes. Okay, so rook e8. Yeah, that's the live position here. So, yeah, I had intended, folks, to be clear, I had intended to double rooks on the 7th rank. I just forgot the bishop could take it or something. I don't know. It's a weird angle here. So we need another candidate move for Hans here, right? We've got a suggestion to just fight against this pawn here. After rook e8, he's got no problems. Hans has played rook to d4. Rook to d4 in the game. Right? I mean, Black's just holding the strong pawn here. It's amazing how Jeffrey's turned this around. The problem with e6, Victor, was rook c8. I mean, it feels like the bishop retreat was in order to play this move. But unfortunately, after rook c8, the bishop's blocked by the pawn, and there's no defense to rook c2. So... yeah, just a problem. Okay, so Hans played rook d4. Jeffrey recovered his pawn, like, phew! And Yeah, Hans probably missed something there when he played this bishop to g4 move. Probably missed a little something there. How close are they to 40 moves? They're at move 26. They've got 14 moves to play on the increment, 1 minute against 4 minutes. So they're basically in endgame sensei territory here. Hans is thinking again after rook e5. This, by the way, folks, I hope you see this as good play from Jeffrey. I think a lot of the times the discourse is broken by people using engines. People look at some engine lines and say, oh, Jeffrey was losing and then Hans blundered bishop g4 or something like that. But from a human perspective, let me take you back here for a second. We had this position, right? It was Jeffrey to play. From a human perspective, this e6 pawn is weak. He chooses not to go passive on it. The point of playing knight e4 instead of knight d7, the whole point of knight e4 as played by Jeffrey, was king h8. I mean, somebody said this is a mistake and he should rather just lose a pawn or rather play rook f4 or something, maybe, but this is like the human reasoning behind it. You move the king. After they take, you get this bishop out of the way. I thought b5, but he played a4, and then you get rook e8 coming, and the point is to try and win this pawn and stay active with all your pieces, right? He took a tempo on c2, white castled, and here he didn't play rook e8 because of rook f1, I think. Right? So he played e3. Brilliant. I mean, you guys, these players are incredibly good. It is so much more useful to appreciate it from a human perspective and see the use of this sort of dead e-pawn here. Rook f1, tagging his back rank so he knows he can't go rook e8 easily. Gets rid of the back rank, and only now finally comes here. It's so much more useful to try and find these moves, not find them, and then appreciate the power of Jeffrey's play than to follow along on an engine, call king h8 a blunder, and then say that Niemann like blundered a winning position at some point. If e3 looked silly back then and now looks great, right? This is like where we have to appreciate, like, wow, this is in Go, this is called Aji, I think. When you've got sort of like a dead stone, but it's got some tactical energy, right? Like someone else pointed out that against e6, in addition to rook c8, you could play h5, deflecting the bishop from here, and then you've got e2. The dead pawn wins a rook, right? So, you know, you're just getting a little juice out of it, right? Or in this position that white just can't play these moves. You know, they only need a moment to capture this dead pawn, but they can't do it before black does something else tactically. So I think this is fantastic. From Jeffrey, what he's shown here, we got rook d4, rook takes, g3. Just putting pawns on dark squares, giving the bishop more scope. Nicely played by Hans. And Jeffrey spent at least 2 minutes on this move. This is now the live position here. Oh, sorry, I've got a move missing. Bishop e2 blockading the pawn. Yeah, sorry. If g3, maybe this would be an issue. I don't know. But he played bishop e2 blockading the pawn. Jeffrey just improves the king, g3. And here's where we are. Thank you for that. What do I think he missed with bishop g4? Maybe he just got low on time and couldn't find a good move there. I mean, you guys want to go back and see if we can find the right move for white in that position? It's like this, right? We looked at rook f8, which I thought was complicated. Another typical move in a position like this would be rook here. But I wonder if now, without the back rank, black could trade themselves. Maybe throw in this? No. And then play here. And you get an, black's in the game. Again, in the game. What else could be interesting? Bishop f7, trying to play e6. Then there's e2. That's funny. Here, e2 is nothing because of check, right? And then rook e1. And then the king can come out and, like, white can encircle it. But here, you can't play a move like bishop f7 because e2. And black might not even be threatening rook f1, rook e8 yet. I mean, black might just want to play this move next, right? And eventually rook e8. So what's the right idea for white? I'm not sure. It's hard to find, right? Draw h6 suggesting rook f6. Interesting. By the way, Chris Yu played rook e8 and rook e3, folks. Just a brief detour. Check this out. This is the position we had live. Rook g3 to h3 would have been a draw. Chris played rook e8, threatening rook h1. Knight e2, so that the king could run or the knight could block on rook h1. And now rook e3. This is the move we looked at, threatening the bishop. And here there are lines like knight f4, king g1, knight g1, rook d1. But I think it's looking pretty promising for Chris. He's got 3 minutes, though. He used his whole 30 minutes. Wow. He had 30 minutes against 6, right? Now he's got 3 against 8. Rook a3, a move we didn't consider. So now if you take multiple times on f3, Wesley has this defense bishop h7 check and then capturing the rook. That was not in our plans. Can I just wonder about one move, everybody? Here, takes, check, and now on king g2, you have queen g5. King somewhere over here, queen g3 mate. So you force this. Now it's rook and 2 bishops against queen and 2 pawns. There is a queen h2 threat. White's got to move to try and respond to it. Maybe bishop here to here would refute black's play. But black has a winning tactic again. Check. Deflecting the king from covering g2. And then here would win. So, king here would have to be played, I guess. And then you go... Not clear. No, it is clear. Here, this. Double attack. Oh! Whew. So that's rook a3, rook h1. We just have to wonder about that, right? We have to wonder about it. I mean, it's a fairly forcing variation here. If this rook moves away, you can definitely take on f3 check. The knight's not doing anything. Previously, I was told queen h1 would be the problem with bishop h4. White does have a6. Sure, white could maybe lose a piece in that whole line I just played and then come out ahead. Rook h1, knight g1 have been played, by the way, folks. Chris just played rook h1, knight g1. It's the last move of time control. Move 40 for him. Move 40 for him. We have some more moves in the Hans game as well. But look, let's just see for a second. Bishop h4. Takes, check. No, gotta take it. Gotta take it, friend. Check here. And a6. But are you threatening to queen with the knight here? I mean, check. King here. Take it. Right? Takes. Oh my god. Takes? Everything hanging. I don't know. Okay, so other option in this line was we'd come up with the idea of bishop f1 first, right? And then this beautiful move. I hope some folks have noticed this move. This is the kind of move that really, it's like a simple little thing just to bump the king side to side, but this move is the kind of move that's often overlooked that breaks a variation. This is really, really strong move, even if it doesn't work here. So now I'm going to go king g2, queen g3, king here, queen here. And now I'm going to sack one of these bishops for you guys, right? But I think a6, queen b2 is going to be basically the same thing as before, largely. It's going to be this kind of a mess as well. You guys saw all this? Okay. Bishop e2 blocks the queen. Oh, thank you. I said it might not work. Bishop e2. It indeed blocks the queen. Good find. And now who knows what happens, right? Knight here. We need a breakthrough, Captain. Knight here. Takes. Okay, you played something else. On move 40, he played knight f6. Just calmly bringing another piece, but it does block bishop h4 as a move. Is white tied up, or can white just move this bishop? I don't know. Does Chris have some threat here with something weird, like in the Shirov game that we mentioned? You would try to calculate all this. Good. Good, Biscuit Fiend. You're a calculation fiend when it's required. This is when it's required. Now, of course, 1 minute on the clock, there's only so much you can do, right? All right, but they've made time control. Let's go check on our other game. I forgot to even change the board view. Sorry, folks. Okay, so what happened here? We were here, right? Bishop c6, taking the long diagonal, hitting a3, king b2, defending a3. That's logical. That's just some simple piece improvements. King b2, b5. So these two pawns can try and hold these three pawns. I know it's putting the pawn on a square where it's a target, but you don't want to let white get these pawns rolling. That's white's pawn majority. So it makes sense from the pawn majority standpoint to try and cripple the majority or force some more trades with our bad doubled pawns. So he goes b5, which makes sense to me. Rook d3. They're playing quite quickly. They have to. They were like 10 plus moves away from move 40, and they've got 30 seconds each. Rook d3. Rook e8. Rook c3. Rook d8. Rook d3. Rook he8. Rook c3. Offering a repetition. No draw. Rook d3. Rook c8. Rook c3. So we haven't missed anything too critical, right? Like white improved their king to b2. Black improved the bishop to c6. And basically, like neither player in the time scramble so far has seen an obvious way to improve their position or do anything really dramatic. I think Caruana's improved his position against Robson, maybe. So yeah, they're just playing some fast moves like they have to, right? So rook c3, rook h8, h4, rook back to c8. So Jeffrey got both pawns stuck on light squares on the king side. I don't love that. I mean, you could also... Wouldn't there have been a moment instead of rook h8 to play like h4 and if takes to play here? I guess to some extent your king gets opened up, right? h5 takes, and now this king's pretty vulnerable. Not like it's going to get checkmated, but like there's always... Your king can get pushed around, can always get checked, and you can't really control where your king is too well. Rook d6. Rook d3. Rook here, rook d6. They're playing so fast here, we can't really throw in any analysis in any meaningful way. 3 draws so far today. Nobody has won or lost a game just yet. Hang on. Let me just ask you guys a question about this. Does queen c5 win right here for Alshon? Because the bishop's more of a blockader than the rook? That's just a straight up win, right? Instant. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. I mean, I think that's nothing else to say, right? And the last move, I looked. The last move is a wonder just played bishop c5. Now, the question is, you know, whether you can win this position here. Right? This is sort of like a tough position to break down in the endgame. You know, and I don't know it for sure. But queen takes c5 would reach a position of this type. And bishop c5 definitely, I mean, was not forced and just kind of invited that move. Maybe he was afraid that after queen c6, he would have no way to fight back on the b6 square. So maybe he felt it was kind of forced to keep the queen out. Anyway, that's what's going on in that game. Bishop c5's just been played. White's thinking here. And Plukru points out you could still try to win the game with queen f3 to c6 if that's a simpler preference right here. Could be. All right, back to our main event. Rook d3, rook e8, rook d4. Sorry, this pawn's come to h4. Oh, sorry, rook d6, rook e7, rook d4, bishop e4, rook f1. Bishop c6. Feels like this game's kind of drawish, right? Sorry, Mikhail Tal of the future. I don't quite know exactly what you're saying with that, but they have just made move 40, which is fantastic. It seems like neither player has really undertaken anything yet. Maybe with time control they'll find something. Could he have played rook f6 to attack the pawn here? I guess so, yeah. He could. Black can cover it like this. And then both your rooks are pretty far from handling this pawn, so you're a little bit committed there. Black will be threatening rook c7, going after this, and then if bishop d3, you know, trades and the e-pawn just goes. So you're kind of maybe just backing yourself into a corner here with these pieces getting too aggressive. Maybe here? Yeah, you're repeating the same words, future Mikhail Tal, but I'm not understanding them better with each repetition. So now they each have an extra half hour, as well as their 30-second increment here. And we've got about an hour to go in this round, right? Maybe maybe an hour to an hour and a half, depending on how tightly these end games get played out. Yeah, most people do playing Viking TV. It's hard to come up with ideas in a pretty sort of in a pretty stable or stodgy position, right, where it doesn't look like too much is happening, and the pieces may already all be on their best squares or something like that, right? We might, Hardabuna, we might go back here. Morad Diabati did not take on c5. And it looks like Caruana has won a pawn. So that's looking pretty bad for Robson right now. Yeah, I think this endgame's complicated enough that either player could mess it up. But with 30 minutes on the clock and some caution, the position relatively settled, nobody really dead set on winning it. They maybe won't do anything too insane or risky here. Yeah, Eros TG, they just hit time control, so the clock hasn't updated yet. That's why. They were each at, 30 seconds to a minute for the last 10 to 15 moves. And they just made the 40th move, but so now Hans can stop and think, but the clock hasn't updated yet to add the 30 minutes for him. All right, let's check out Wesley's game as well. What's going on here? I'm so used to looking at my board over here on the side. I kind of don't want to look at the computer screen. But okay, let's do it. Let's do it. One second. Someone says Wesley played a panicky 41st move, but I don't see it. I only see this position here. The Sonic says he took on c6. I've had people wrongly tell me what moves have been played when they don't yet show on the board. Sorry. Is 94 a trade that Black wants? So we're trying to figure out if Chris is even threatening 94, right? So 94, if pawn takes, it would be rook g3. And then you recover some material here. Some. Oh, there's also queen d1. Look at this. Knight e4, fe4, queen d1. So, knight e4 would force bishop takes. Pawn takes. Now, there's still no pawn e4 because of checkmate. And if you go rook e3, fe3, rook here, pawn takes f3, then you lose. So it looks like he's threatening knight e4 here. Wow. Chris. I don't know if it's such a big threat that he could like ignore this pawn if it took, right? Or if like a6 happened. But it's definitely what he wants to do. You know, because like knight e4, you know, you can maybe just ignore as white, right? And then knight g3, rook takes, pawn takes, queens. Queen h3, rook g2. Oh, that's the end. Nope, it's not. Hang on. Hang on. Oh my goodness. Still messy. So I'm just going to go for something simple. There we go. That did what I was expecting. Knight d2 checkmate. The rook's covering d2, no? Mate in one seems much easier. Knight d2, rook d2. It's okay, Plukru. I also wondered for a second if knight e4 threatened knight d2 checkmate. It occurred to me this possible blackout. Okay, so knight e4 is a pretty major threat. I mean, if we can allow a takes b7, it looks like white's mated. This line is just pure mate. Sorry about that move, but this move is checkmate. The end. Fini la comedia. So the Hans game is still going. We've been mostly watching it today, but it's reached a pretty stable point where it's looking pretty drawish. So why can't knight e4, bishop e4? Yeah, it can. And then takes here. And maybe then pawn takes b7. You know? And this pawn is too strong, right? So it may be that like a6 is a strong enough move that you can't ignore it, right? Maybe you have to take. And then try to get your knight e4 move next move. In the game, Wesley's just moved. And he spent, looks like 10 plus minutes on this move. Maybe even 20 minutes on this move. Because he had like 8 or 9 minutes at time control, and he should have had 30 minutes added. So looks like he spent maybe about 20 minutes on this if the clocks were accurate. He played bishop c1, and now it's Yu's turn. So what does Chris want to do here? I don't know if Black's completely winning. I don't think Wesley's going to resign as long as we have no idea who's winning. Yeah, bishop c1 is nice and annoying. Okay, we've got to move. Queen h4. Wow. This definitely has that Kramnik-Shirov feel to it, right? Right? Some ideas like this, for example. Yeah, but they're pros, Master of Ceremony. Like, if there's any chance to win, they keep looking for it. You know? They're never just thinking about like, oh, I want to get out of here. They're always working for anything they can get. Any scrap of a chance for an extra half of a point. Yeah, they have to never get bored. That's another piece of it as well. They have to never let boredom seep in. Queen h4. This is the live position. Often fatigue does come in at some point. But they're in round 2 here, you know. If they've done their training, they shouldn't. These top players should not be exhausted in round 2 of a 13-round tournament. They should be able to get through 1 or 2 games without gassing out. Yeah, they've only been playing 4 hours here, you know. Chris is young, but Chris played a couple years ago when games were 6 hours. I think he's got some experience of playing 6-hour games. Wesley, obviously, tons of experience playing 6-hour games. So, yeah. Yeah, they do also have to prep. That's a big part of the burden as well. You'd think a lot of these players would have seconds. And as Zelda Sama says, they're all pros and this is what they do. So, I mean, taking is the obvious move. What's black threatening if white doesn't take? Also knight h5, right? This is just... This knight is trying to come into the game on either f4 or g3. In the line that I tried here, white doesn't necessarily have to take this. But how does white avoid knight g3, right? Not really seeing any move that that really avoids knight g3. Oh, Wesley took? And he's going to sack back the piece to clean up the e3 pawn with his rook. Okay. Oh, but isn't he more or less busted here? No, he's still up in exchange because Chris just sacked in exchange. So it's going to go like queen h7, rook e3, queen b1, rook e1, queen b5, rook e2, and then... Oh, the rook doesn't have to retreat because there is knight h5 there again. But generally speaking, his position looks really close. So he's probably just calculating his... does he realize has the advantage? He might, the Sonics. He might. I don't know. I would have to be able to calculate as much as Wesley to tell you how Wesley's feeling and what his mood is, right? Because Wesley's calculated as much as Wesley can calculate, and then his mood will be like reflected based on those calculations. So there's a limit to my ability to tell you that. But I can tell you that, like, in general, like, a strong player in a position like this will usually be calculating their butt off more than they will be sitting there thinking, like, I'm winning or I'm losing or I should have done something else 3 moves ago. In general, they're just working on the position that's in front of them and looking at every variation they can. Why not take with the king? Oh, just because the queen, if it goes to b1, it can take b5 with check. And then white doesn't have a way to break through on the queen side. So then there's like, the risk goes down tremendously for Chris of losing the game if he takes his b5 pawn with check, right? But sure, you could try king h7, rook here, and knight h5, looking for these kind of moves. That's probably playable as well, yeah. Oh, hey, thanks, John. How's it going? Have you been watching the tournament too? Cheers, everybody. Thanks for the raid. You were doing the same coverage as us? Cool. You want to do it together one day, John? You want to look at the games together someday? I'm planning to do every single round, basically. Well, there's 1 or 2 weekend rounds that Kostya is doing because I got my kids on the weekend. But if you want to talk about the games together someday, could be fun. Yeah. That's great. This position here is still pretty exciting, this Christopher Yu game. We were mostly watching the Hans Niemann game today. We just picked it early on, and it's a variation of the French that Jesse's played a lot. And we kind of we gave it like really serious, deep insight. But we kind of missed out on this Chris Yu game, because this has been the game of the round, I guess, by normal standards. By normal standards, I think, like, if you could predict what was coming, this Wesley So Chris Yu game would be, in hindsight, the game of the round. No, it's not Sebrahen. But I don't control our move bot. Here are the commands I put in Sebrahen. I put in 2 commands. One is this one, champs. It says we're providing live coverage every day. And the other one I put in is this one, which is two biggest upcoming tournaments for our viewers that we've scheduled this month. Saturday the 22nd and Saturday the 29th. Anything else is outside of my control. Like the September thing, I think the other people set up in not in Moobot, but in something else, like stream elements or something like that. I'm not in there. Okay, so king h7 and knight h5. Well, let's just put a couple options on the board for us. Here, check. Also, potentially a sick move, bishop a5, right? Stopping rook e1 and preparing queen b1. Why doesn't just move queen h7, best in blitz? Well, I was thinking queen h7, but best in blitz, somebody in our chat was saying, hey, this queen's already in good shape. Move the king here so that it's not on the back rank, right? And then on rook e3, play knight h5, and you're not in line for rook e8 checks, and your queen's in good position to play knight f4, knight g3. So we've got a couple options here for Chris, but this time I was right. He played queen h7. My original thought was to go here, clean up this pawn. And then in this position, maybe to play knight h5. And the rook is taboo because of knight g3. And meanwhile, you know, yeah, I mean, white's lost basically anything to win the game with. That's what I'll say about this. Even if we just retreat the rook, folks. Like, the point of playing like this for Chris is, what is Wesley supposed to win the game with ever in this kind of a position, right? He no longer has a pawn breakthrough over here, no majority anywhere, and although he's got a rook against a bishop, he's using his pieces to physically cover a king that doesn't have pawn cover. So, like, how you would ever win this for white, it's a little bit hard to imagine. So this is a very, very safe option for Chris. That's why my mind was first drawn to queen h7, just to clean up this thing here. Now, there's a lot of other interesting moves possible, right? Plukru saying, like, maybe here, bishop a5, right? That takes away rook e1. I think you don't want to do it in this position here. You don't want to play bishop a5 now because of queen h1 and the king gets out, right? And Gulko fan is saying that there's a move bishop c7 right here. This is the riskiest of all and the least likely to be played. This is, you know, like low down on the list of candidate moves for a human. Gulko fan saying it threatens rook h2, but it's not even clear why rook h2, queen g5 would even be a threat. So I don't follow this idea, but it's possible. Yeah, I don't guarantee that it's winning for Black Biscuit Fiend, but it's like, it's definitely not losing for Black. It's very, very safe, pleasant, very high odds of winning. Oh, you want to go rook h2 and then queen b1 from that position. I don't see why bishop c7 helps that much with it. And by the way, right now the live position is rook e3. So here, super simple, or super safe approach is queen b1 to b5. Bishop c7 is some kind of crazy Gulko move. And bishop a5, I think, is a really realistic move as well, right? Just making a huge queen b1 threat. And for all I know, knight h5 is still a move. But here, you know, knight h5, rook e8 just feels kind of funky. I guess it wins for black, though, if white takes the bishop, right? This is actually a blunder here because you just check and then knight f4 and win. Bishop c7 has been played? Chris, you and Gulko fan, what the heck? What is this? Why did he even consider it? Tell us, Gulko, why did he consider this move? Rook fe2 could be played in that line, Sonics, yeah. Like in this line here. You can also play rook fe2, but because it's pinned, and you can't actually go to h4 because of bishop h4 usually, in this position I was thinking like knight h5, and if you take the rook, there's knight g3. If you do nothing, at some point there's going to be knight f4. There's also bishop h4 or bishop a5. So white's like pretty tied up here, I think. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. It's just, I mean, almost none of the white pieces can move, right? Okay, so bishop c7's played. Saying the point is to have the rook here, queen here, then check, check, and your rook's not hanging. But are we trading the rook? I don't really want to trade rooks. I don't really want to trade rooks. I'd rather have my rook dangling here and go knight h5 with these g3 tricks than trade the rook. And so here white gets a move to play like b takes c6 or a6 or b6 or something. Really odd move. I've got my eye on the Niemann-Xiong game still, but I don't see anyone complaining at the moment about us looking at this game. And this game looks far more interesting to me at the moment right now. It's just overwhelmingly interesting. So, okay, let's play a move for white. Let's just put something on the board. Like we could go b6. Now rook h2, b takes c7. So probably we take, and I don't know, maybe put the bishop here. Hans' game is still going Smurf this, but it looks pretty settled and equal at the moment. If you want to find a live stream of a specific game, yeah, you want to go to like here. Let me add that to Moobot actually. Let me just show you all what my level of tech skills are like. Look at that. Now that link is just out there for anybody who wants to go check out the games. Golko, you just tell me if what I'm doing is not consistent with the idea of bishop c7. But I think it makes sense to just bring the bishop to a good square and prepare this at the moment. So this would come down here probably. And now rook h2. Oh my god! You must be happy I played bishop f4. Because now I stopped queen g5. You must be loving that move. Yeah. Ooh. That's a sick threat. So black's got another threat of just bishop f4. Tightening a noose around her. How is there no way out for this queen? That is insane. Like, let's say we weren't threatening the rook. Okay, and it were white's move. How would they get the queen out? Imagine this rook on e3 is already on, you know, e1 or a3 or something. Like, what? Right, Biscuit Fiend, right? Yeah, I can believe that you saw with bishop c7 that he's got the idea of bishop f4. I can definitely believe that. I mean, if he came up with this move, he came up with it for a reason, right? And if you play f4 to shut that bishop out, then you're inviting this in, right? So, ooh la 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 la. Wesley's under incredible pressure here against the youngster. All right, Dribman thinks that Hans and Xiong are finishing the game. Let's check over here for a second. So rook d6, rook e7, bishop e4, bishop c6, bishop e4, rook f1. Yeah. So I was right to be watching the U game, right? And even the big like Hans fans weren't complaining. They were interested to see this too. They're interested to see this too. If White could sack and exchange back here, the position could be complicated for sure. Position would still be complicated. It would still be interesting. Wesley's under 10 minutes. This is the last time for the game. You know, he's got a 30-second increment beyond that, but he's getting a little bit low for what is still a very complicated position. Is Yu known for creative attacks? Yu is a very resourceful tactician, Perry Naibara. It's normal that you wouldn't be that familiar with him yet, right? Because he's 15 years old. You know, the youngest participant in this U.S. Championships. And one of the top, 2 or 3 American junior prospects right now, period. Fantastic player. But yeah, I would say, a lot of people aren't that familiar with him yet, but I would say he's very, very alert, sharp, tactical, all that. You guys are thinking maybe A6 right here? Yeah, he just made GM maybe a year ago. He could have probably been a GM 3 years ago if not for the pandemic. Like, he was right on the cusp of making GM when the pandemic happened. I think he had 2 GM norms. He'd won an OTB game against Lei Kwang Liem, his first 2,700 opponent. He was really, really good. It definitely stole his situation. Okay, Wesley fighting with Rook E7. Now we might see Queen B1 to B5 followed by Rook H2, maybe. Because I think now if you go here, it's an open question whether winning this queen is still good for black, right? No, wait, hang on. B6. With the idea of takes, and trying to run this one. Something like this, right? So, I mean, it's going to get really complicated if we do something like that. Here's a simpler option, depending on how you's feeling. A simpler option is you go check, here, right? And you just keep playing. Honestly, I don't even see the need for this move. I like knight h5. Don't you? Don't you like knight h5? Yeah. That's right, Seth. It was a qualifier for the U.S. Championships, right? An online, 8-player round robin, 7 rounds, and Chris Yu was tied for first for most of the event until the last round. And he was technically an IM, but clearly he was a GM without the title. Knight h5 is the game position? No, game position is rook e7. Has just been played. You guys think knight h5 wins right here in this position? It could be. Because again, if they take the bishop, it's the same as a line I showed with rook e8 takes bishop earlier, but I'll just repeat it. This happens. And this is going to be winning for black. I know there's some breakthrough shenanigans, but this king is too open with an extra queen here. So, yeah. So Hans versus Xiang ended in a draw in the position we saw, repetitions. A well-played game, honestly. I mean, Hans looked like he was really threatening to win. And maybe there was some move somewhere in there that he missed. But Xiang played a great defense as well. So, yeah, I think knight h5 looks pretty sick right here. but Chris hasn't played yet. But knight h5 could carry a pretty strong threat, right? Of queen b1, knight f4, or knight to g3. If he plays queen b1 immediately here, I think it also is like fully playable for him. Again, with knight h5 coming after the trade, yeah. Oh, but then there would be like queen g6, right? Like, okay, so I think this is a line that I mentioned. And now on knight h5 here, there would be queen g6. Because if you check, the king has this new flight square. But maybe knight f4 in this position could be a move. Because there's no rook e8 mate. And queen e8, the king gets out of check. So you're winning back your exchange and maybe continuing your attack. But nevertheless, it feels to me maybe more promising to play knight h5 when your queen is still covering queen g6, right? Like, given that rook c7 easily loses, I'm not sure I see a disadvantage to playing knight h5 right now. My mind is drawn to queen g5 for white in response. Then I want to go knight f4 maybe? No, knight g3, because the king can't come out because of mate. So we chase the king out this away, take this, do whatever we want, it's over. Queen b1 has been played, though. Queen b1 was just played. So if knight h5, you're saying maybe white would have had f4 there, huh? Does that keep black out? Does that keep black at bay? I mean, doesn't this just win? You just check. Here, check. They block, and then you take the exchange back. Now black's up 2 pawns, and the white king's exposed. I mean, chess doesn't have to be that complicated. Sometimes you're just winning. Yeah? Or queen d3, queen d4 as well. Yeah. Hey, Latte. Did Alice Lee win today? Marty Mouse? Or Marty Moose? I'm a big fan of Alice Lee. I hope she did. I don't even know who she was playing. Queen d3, played by you right here. Interesting. He comes here instead of here. He must have some very concrete variation in mind. Rook e2 from Wesley. I mean, I still think knight h5 is the move that hits the spots. But we'll see if that's right or not. Absolutely crushed your opponent. Nice, nice. Rook h2 played. Okay, here the queen can't take it all. Queen g5 is 100% forced. This is like a position where Chris's calculation can be pretty just straight. You know, it's like not a lot of candidate moves. You know, he just calculating it down to the end. Knight g3 is winning the queen. White's got no moves. I think you guys are right. I think it's just done here, right? I think Chris has it. He's played rook h2. Now there's just no opposition. Everything's covered. There's nothing to calculate, nothing for him to get wrong. It's done. It's done. That bishop c7, Gulko and Chris, I can't believe you guys found that move. That's a $2,700, $10,000 move right there. Holy moly. Just insane. Absolutely incredibly impressive. Show the position with the other rook blocking instead of this one, you mean? Like this rook here? There's been another move in the game. Queen g5's been played. Knight h5 instantly. The kid knows it's done. He's like, I calculated this. This is basic arithmetic for me. This is 1 + 1. Elshan Moradiabadi, by the way, has won his second round game against Awonder Liang. Big result for the U.S. Open champion, qualifying into a tournament where he's going to be mostly severely outrated. And now the resignation comes in from Wesley. And Christopher Yu has emphatically shaken off his bad result from yesterday, which I think, honestly, it comes down to opening choice. So let's see if his opening choice today was good. See if that was a difference. Played the Petrov. Look at this professional. Look at this little mini professional. Playing the Petrovsky. Oh, man, yes. Repeating moves? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. If pawn takes knight, he's got f3. He's already got his eyes on the attack. Now he's just going to sack on h3. It's just a matter of time, right? Just a matter of time. I don't know why the bishop goes to d8 first, but here it came finally. We all knew he would do it eventually. Repeats once to let white know. Takes the file. Oh, sacks the rook on e3 like Alexei Shirov. And there it is. Dang. That's impressive. That's an impressive game. He sure brought it today. Oh my lord. 15-year-old rocking the world. Exactly, Daxi. It was just telegraphed. Like, you just knew he was going to take on h3 at some point, right? Once you have that structure. Where was it? Back here. I mean, I wasn't even watching the game, right? But I just saw this position. Rook on h6, knight on g5. What are you going to do? Right? What are you going to do? You're going to take on h3. I mean, that's it. He's basically promised, right? He's promised. I solemnly swear to sack on h3. And he made good. All right, see ya, Ben Kenobi. We've Robson has held a draw against Caruana. So I'm just going to quickly go over and check one or two other games that we didn't get to see too much today. So let's check out Moradiabadi against Awonder. So that was this position here. No queen c5. Maneuvering the queen. So here she's threatening queen d6 and b6. So there's no bishop b6 because you lose the pawn. I guess you could block with the rook and soldier on. But it goes here, check, and now b6 comes in, and Awonder resigned. So I guess this was always winning here. The other players hadn't finished their games because they were busy watching So versus you. That's great. Yeah. That's great. See, this game here exploded, and at first I didn't think it was going to necessarily be bad for Liang. It exploded right here when Awonder played this move c4, which looks like a real beast of a move, right? c4 takes, boom, hitting e4. Gets the pawn, takes here. ab5. In this position, I thought he was going to play bishop f3. Pawn takes f3, queen b7. That's what I expected. But I wasn't really watching. But he takes on b5 first. And now comes here for the b2 pawn. Avoids the queen trade for the moment. Plays this wild move opening up the bishop, right? Good stuff, I guess. Because otherwise, if you take on h3, I guess white plays queen g4 and then knight d5 with control. Doesn't matter if you're up 2 or 3 pawns on the king side. The queen side pass pawns are too good. And there's the tactico. Yeah, in this position. Looked winning for white. I think it was. So that was that game. Really nice for Morad Yabadi. And then Robson against Fabi. I thought this game would just go on and on and on. Let's see what happened. Attacks this. King d7. There's rook g8. Kicks the rook. And wants to play knight a5. Okay. So Ray just had enough directly right there. Fair enough. All right, folks. It's time for US Chess School. So if you don't know what that is, stick around and find out. Okay, that wrapped up round 2 of the U.S. Chess Championships. It was exciting, start to end. Which guy's 2763? Fabiano Caruana? Yeah. These are the best players in the world and the country. We'll be back tomorrow for round 3. Same time, 11 a.m. Pacific. Oh, actually, we'll be starting slightly late, maybe because of the 30-minute clock delay. But anyway, we'll be doing it from about 11:20 a.m. or something like that. We'll check in, check over some games. Be back. We'll be back with every round for the next 2 weeks. But now we're going to step out of the way for a second. And hey, JB, and Kostya is going to come in here with the U.S. Chess School and Grandmaster Helston. Fantastic teacher. So stick around if you like and enjoy a free lesson. I'm out for now.